People suffer when you deal with a rebellious woman. People suffer, like the mother of the young man and the father of the young man. They suffer in pain and in silence. They know they've lost their son in the hands of a little whore who doesn't know what they went through to raise this. She would just come out of nowhere and take their son away. And we'll all keep quiet and keep smiling as if everything is okay. Well, what did the Bible say? Right here. A godless wife is given to a is given as a portion to a lawless man. A godless wife is given as a portion to a lawless man. But a pious wife is given to the man who fears Yah, who fears the Lord. That is why you have to train your son to be righteous. You have to train your son to be righteous. Because if your son is righteous, your son is going to marry a docile, submissive, quiet woman who chooses to be righteous, who has some shame. So the need to teach your son. If you don't teach your son to keep the law, if you don't educate, if you don't get him out of that school system, if you don't raise him righteously, if you do not raise your son righteously, because if you raise him righteously, he will never do this. Your son will rather choose to die by himself than to get on his knees and propose to a woman. He will never do it, which is good. That's good. Your son will want a woman to declare her submission in public. Your son will never take nonsense or let anybody come anywhere and disrespect you, the father or the mother. But if you don't teach your son the law, you keep fooling around and keep sending them to school. Your son is over there experimenting with marijuana, experimenting with drugs. Your son is over there having sex with these little whores in those schools, these girls with short skirts and mini skirts. Your son is taking them to the toilet and having sex with them. Your son is defiling himself. Sirach 26:23 is waiting for you and your son. There are a lot of people who are suffering today who deserve to suffer. There's a lot of people who are suffering today, they deserve to suffer. Sirach 26:23 is waiting for you and your son or your grandson, or you for that matter, you the man. This scripture is waiting for you. It will fulfill in your head. This scripture will come to pass on your head. There is a wicked woman somewhere waiting for your son to be his wife. There is a wicked girl, a whore, a girl that have gone to college, sharing her body. All kinds of men have laid with her. Sometimes she goes to a party in college, she gets drunk, or sometimes they will put something in her drink in that party, she passes out. All kinds of men will lay with her. She's defiled. She's defiled in every angle. That girl is waiting for your son to be your son's wife. And eventually your son will get on his knee and propose to her. That girl is laden with all kinds of sperm from different kind of men. The sperm of an Indian man is inside her. The sperm of a Chinese man is inside her. The sperm of all kinds of men have laid with her. Their DNA is all inside her. That's why she's acting crazy. That's why she can't sit still. That's why she's always looking to fight, always arguing, always dressing like a whore. She has a husband, but she's still advertising her body. A woman like that is waiting for your son because you did not teach your son the law. and your son will marry her and bring her into the house. In the sight of the Most High, she is not your son's wife because she's defiled. She's no longer a virgin. And she's riddled with all kinds of sperm from different types of men that she met in college. And you don't understand why I keep telling you don't marry a college educated woman, a woman that has bachelor's, master's degree, PhD. People see stuff like this, they are laughing. Oh, this is so cute. See, this is so cute. He's on his knees. Oh, wow. This is beautiful. This is so cute. And Satan is over there laughing at you, you fool. Any man that gets on his knees to propose to a woman is a fool. You are a fool. Satan is laughing at you. Is this something that we got started? Are we the one that started this? No. It's the Gentiles. It's the heathen. It's the Europeans. They are the ones that started this. It's the Europeans, the heathen, God haters, haters of God, the children of Satan, the seed of Satan. They are the ones that started this nonsense. They started this rubbish, and your children learn it from them. They started this garbage. Is there a school telling your son that he's not supposed to do this? Are parents telling their sons, you're not supposed to do this? A woman that's supposed to submit to you, you are on your knees in the very morning, in the morning of your marriage. At the dawn of your marriage, you are foolishly on your knees. This right here is an act of submission. It's an act of submission. The Bible said in Genesis 3:16, your desire will be to control your husband, and he will rule over you. Your desire will be to control your husband, and he will rule over you. The Most High said that your son is supposed to rule over his wife. Rulership. The person who is ruling is not the one who is in submission. Those who are being ruled are the ones who are in the submission. Like you're hearing about the vaccine mandate. Those who rule you are the ones who are telling you you must get vaccinated, and people are getting vaccinated because your ruler said so. You submit to them. Somebody has to rule, somebody has to submit. Everybody cannot be submitters, and everybody cannot be rulers. There's going to be rulers and there's going to be submitters. And God said that the man is the ruler and the woman is the submitter. All different places in the Bible. And you wonder why more than 50% of the marriage in America ends in divorce. And you wonder why more than 50% of the marriage in America ends in divorce. Because they start off literally on the wrong foot. His 2 foot is supposed to be standing up. Her knee is supposed to be bent on the ground. She's supposed to be the one submitting. This is why you need the academy I'm talking about. That's why you need the academy for the men that I'm talking about. It's a men only school. Men only school to teach your sons to teach you how to be a righteous man. Example, if your son wants to marry a wife and the wife says that he has to be on his knees to propose, then your son is supposed to throw that girl out. Throw her out. She is a Jezebel. She's a wicked Jezebel. She's the one that's supposed to get on her knees and submit to your son. She's the one that's supposed to get on her knees and submit. That's the way it's supposed to be. But it's no longer that way. And that's why I'm talking about this academy. That's why I'm talking about this academy. That's the reason why, because the men are no longer being taught these things. Men are no longer being taught these things. Men are no longer being taught. How did he learn to do this? From watching TV shows, watching movies and TVs. He sees these degenerate, the Europeans, getting on their knees and proposing to the woman that they want to marry. Your son sees it. That is how he learned. You did not even know enough to teach your son. You did not know because you yourself was not taught. You were busy in sending him to go to school. Go to school, go get a degree so you can make more money. Because you yourself, you are foolish. You're being foolish. You yourself was not taught. You were not taught. You didn't realize that you are the one that's supposed to educate your son. You're supposed to teach him. You're supposed to educate him. But you didn't even teach him. You've been conditioned to think that you were supposed to send your son somewhere. You're supposed to send your son to someone else to educate your son. That's how you were conditioned. That you were supposed to send your son somewhere else for somebody else to educate your son. They are over there teaching your son garbage, teaching your son rubbish. Rubbish. Are they teaching your son how to be a strong, righteous Hebrew man? No, they're not doing that. They are not teaching those to your son. They're teaching your son that the earth has no creator. The earth created itself. Everything in the world created itself. And 1 + 1 is 2. And here is the certificate. Now go and become a slave. Go get a job and work 9 to 5. Go to work in the morning, check in by 9, work until 5, and go buy yourself some garbage from McDonald's and go home and eat that garbage and sleep. Wake up in the morning and go back to work. They educate your children to be slaves. You yourself was not educated, so you don't know. And even if you don't know, you don't care. And then, because your son is not taught properly, because he was not properly taught, he will then go and get on his knees. He will get on his knees to propose to a woman. And then, because he is starting literally on the wrong foot, your son is literally starting from the wrong foot. Literally, not just figuratively. He's literally starting from the wrong foot. He's on his knees. He's on his knees. He's on his knees. This is an Igbo traditional marriage right here. This is biblical marriage. This is the kind of marriage you saw in John chapter 2. The wedding that Christ went to. John chapter 2. He went to a wedding where he turned water into wine. This is how we do our wedding. What he's holding here is a wine. Wine. Without this wine, you're not ready to do your wedding yet. You have to have this wine to do your wedding. You have to have this wine to do your wedding. That is how we do in the Igbo culture. And that is the same thing you see in John chapter 2. That's the same thing you see in John chapter 2, where Christ, he went to a wedding and he turned water into wine. He literally turned water into wine at that wedding, because that is how we do our wedding. That's how we do our wedding. On that wedding day, they will give a wine. The father of the girl will give wine to the daughter. The father of the girl will give wine to the daughter. We call it traditional wedding. Ibanku. What she's holding here is the wine. And she has to go around and look for her husband. She'll go around. The husband is somewhere in the room. She will go around and find the person who is her husband, and then she will get on her knees and give him the wine, and he will drink it. This is how we do it in our culture. That's how it's done. And when she brings that wine to him, she will get on her knees. I'm showing you. I am literally showing you a picture from Google. I am not the one that took these pictures and put on Google. These are different types of wedding. These different types of people that did their traditional wedding. I am not the one that posted this picture. Oh, I'm making this up. I'm showing you a fake picture, making it up. Look at her. She's on her knees. She's on her knees right here. This woman is on her knees. This is her husband. He's holding that palm wine. Ask anywhere in the world that you meet any Igbo person. Ask them, were you on your knees when you did your traditional wedding? Ask them, did you do your traditional wedding? If that's a woman, if it's an older woman, ask her, on your wedding day, were you on your knees when you gave that palm wine to your husband? She will tell you yes, and then she will ask you, how did you know? Ask any man, on your wedding day, was your wife on her knees in front of everybody? He will tell you yes. This is what we do. That's how we do our wedding. So from the beginning, she's the one that will be on her knees. So she will start off literally from the right foot. Her knees are bent. It's a sign of submission. That's a sign of submission. Here's another couple. That's another couple. That's another couple. That's another woman on her knees. This is a different couple from the first one I showed you. A totally different wedding in a different location. She brings the wine. She gets on her knees in front of everybody, in front of the public. She's showing everybody, this is my husband. I am submitting to him. I am submitting to him. This is why I tell men, do not marry a Western woman. Don't marry an educated woman. A woman who is educated in the Western system. Don't marry her. You think that your daughter-in-law will agree to kneel down in front of your son in the public? Do you think so? Do you actually think that your daughter-in-law will agree to get on her knees in the public? This is the wedding they went to in John chapter 2, the wedding at Cana. This is the type of wedding that Christ went to. what he's holding here is a wine. That's another wedding. Totally different couple. Completely and absolutely different couple. Completely. This is the third one I'm showing you. The third one, she's on her knees right here in the public. She's literally on her knees, literally in public. He's drinking wine. Look at what he's wearing. Ask him right now, why are you wearing this? He will tell you, that's part of our culture. Excuse me, why are you wearing a garment with the head of a lion? He will tell you, oh, that's our tradition. Part of our tradition is that we wear a garment with a head of a lion. This represents the Lion of Judah. This is why the Igbo people wear, but they don't even know. They don't even know. And I didn't know myself. All I knew is that we wore clothes, garment. We wore garment. Uh, we wear garment made of, like this. What I'm about to show you right now. All I know is that we as a people, we love wearing a garment with the head of a lion. But I also know that if you ask us why are we wearing it, we'll tell you, oh, we don't know. I don't know. It's our tradition. We wear garment with the head of a lion. It's only through the Bible that I now realize that this represents the Lion of Judah. It's almost like people who are proud, or people who are showing off, oh, we are from the tribe of Judah. That's what the head of the lion represents. But this new generation don't know that. They are simply continuing the traditions that was passed down to them. Tradition that was passed down, tradition that was passed down from generation to generation. But like it was during the time of Joshua, after Joshua died, the Bible says that there arose a whole new generation, a whole new generation that did not know the Most High. Look at what he's holding. That's a horn. Supposed to be like a horn. Like the Bible tells you in Psalm 81 verse 3, to blow the trumpet on the new moon. The Hebrew Israelite blowing trumpet is extremely significant. And of course, there you go with your so-called white man. They are now beginning to try to dress like us because, of course, they have to get into everything. White supremacy. White supremacy, they have to get into everything. They have to they have to, you, that's why a white man, you have something called Lawrence of Arabia. Lawrence of Arabia. A white man is from the Middle East. He is from South Africa. He is from Mexico, Spanish. He is from everywhere. He has to put his filthy nose into everything. He wants to dress like the Arabs. He wants to dress like Indians. He wants to be dressed like Africans. He wants to get into everybody's business. White supremacy. So that's that when it comes to the garment. Isiago garment, which represents the head represent the tribe of Judah. Represent the tribe of Judah. That's what it was supposed to be, represent. But we don't know that. We did not know that. So, as you can see, this is the third image I'm showing you. Of traditional wedding. Like as I was saying, like as I said before, here is our people, a degenerate marrying a Hebrew woman, and here she is on her knees, not knowing that she's not supposed to be the wife of this man here. This is a Gentile. A Gentile is not supposed to marry her. Sex between him and her is an abomination. Sex between him and her is an abomination. Jubilees chapter 30. Jubilees chapter 30. There, here he is, dressed like our people, marrying a Hebrew woman. There she is on her knees. Like as I said, white men will put their nose in everybody's business to establish that white supremacy. So usually on the day of the wedding, let's say this is the father. As you can see, he's wearing something that looks like a robe. He's holding a horn. Ask him why he dressed like this. He probably doesn't know that he's an Israelite. He will tell you that this is our tradition. We call this traditional dressing. We call this traditional dressing. This is a robe. He's holding a horn. If you know the Bible, you know what this represents. Almost every Hebrew man is supposed to have this. Almost every Israelite man, because the Messiah tells us to blow the trumpet on the new moon. Numbers 10:10. Not just on the new moon, but on our solemn feast days. On our solemn feast days. Numbers 10:10. Numbers 10:10. Numbers 10:10. Psalm 81 verse 3. Psalm 81 verse 3. Have you also noticed something else in this picture? Did you see any fake hair on the hair of these women? What do these three women have in common? They all have something on their head. So on a wedding day, if this is the father, this will be the mother, this will be the father's brother, and the father will hand over his daughter to the husband. This will be the husband's mother. I'm just giving you an example with this image, how it goes. And in front of everybody, as you can see, canopy, in front of everybody, she will be on her knees with that wine. He will give her the wine. He will give his daughter the wine that she will carry and go and kneel in front of her husband. Notice you're not seeing their ass, their laps, their cleavage, and their nipples. You're not seeing that, right? You're not seeing their six pack, right? Now, this is very significant. When the girl is on the wedding day, she will have maidens. Girls are supposed to be maidens. Just like you see in the Bible. Where should I start? Where? Genesis 24. Rebecca. She had her maidens. 2 Samuel 25. Abigail. She has her maidens. Genesis 29, 28, 29. The wives of Jacob, Leah and Rachel, they got their maidens. Anybody can open their mouth and say that we're Israelite. But not everybody can prove it. Our culture proves who we are. Our culture proves it. Now, do we want to be Israelite? No. No, 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 no. We don't want to be Israelite. We don't want to be Israelite. On the day of the wedding, the man will come. The man will come with gifts, depending on the where you're getting your wife from. People will demand gifts depending on the part of the world, or not the part of the world, but the tribe. Yeah, the tribe. The tribe. It depends on the tribe you're getting your wife from. You're required to pay. You're required to pay dowry, bride price. You're required to pay bride price. And that's the only thing that the Bible requires you. And we do pay bride price. You have to pay bride price. And you have to come with your family. Nobody in our culture will give you their daughter if you don't come with your family. That's our tradition. You have to come with your mother, your father, and your people. If you don't have a mother and father, go find your nearest relatives. You cannot marry our daughter alone just by yourself. You have to come with your family. Just like you see in Judges chapter 14 with Samson. Judges chapter 14, verse 1 to 3. 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 When Samson saw the girl that he wanted to marry, Samson went back home and told his parents, Father, Mother, I saw this girl, go and marry her for me, because it was the parents that are supposed to marry that girl for him. That is how we do it. Now, depending on the tribe that you go, some tribes might require you to bring all this stuff. Some tribes is very easy to marry a woman, very easy, less expensive. Some tribe is more expensive. If the people in that tribe are very greedy, if they are very greedy, then they will require you to bring more. You have to buy all, this is yam. This is called yam. You have to bring all these tubers of yam. This is probably almost 50 tubers of yam. This is anywhere between 20 and 50 tubers of yam. This is palm oil. This is palm oil. This is all food. That's palm oil. This is the bag of rice. Bag of rice. This is fish, dried fish. These are families that sat down. This is, in some area, you have to bring this stuff in order to marry a woman. So we don't do like the heathen. You see a woman, you see a girl, you exchange phone number, you start having sex. You start having sex, and plus the abortion that goes along the line. You're having sex, and when you get tired, you break up. Everybody will go their way. Or if you want to, they call it dating and boyfriend. We don't do boyfriend and we don't do dating. We're not supposed to do that biblically. That's a heathenish practice. Well, who is educating us today? The Europeans. Everything we do today, we've learned from the Europeans. Everything we do today, we have learned from them. And it has consequences. It has consequences. The consequences is that if you learn from them and you practice what you learn, you will also fail like them. More than 50% of their marriage end in divorce. But we are so foolish that when we begin to learn from them, we tell ourselves, oh, I'm different. My children are different. Everybody else is making mistakes, but I'm not going to make mistakes. Yes, the school system is corrupting the children. Yes, these girls are having sex in school. The boys are doing drugs. But that's the other kids over there. My children are different. My children are different. I'm going to send them to school because my own children are different. They're not bad. They are good children. So you send them to school and your daughter will be the biggest whore in that school. Your daughter will be the biggest prostitute in that school. Yeah, let's keep on fooling ourselves. That's another traditional wedding. Here are family members that's all sat down. And this is palm oil, bag of rice, tubers of yam. You notice the difference? Here, the tubers of yam is much smaller. Like as I told you, it depends on the tribe you're marrying from. They will give you a list of what you will bring. Like in Genesis 24, when they were going to marry Rebecca, they took some gifts. They gave the family some gifts. Just like you see in Genesis 24. This is how we do it. That's how we do it. That's the way it's done. Here you have another couple on their wedding day. He's wearing an Isiago representing the tribe of Judah. She's wearing the same thing representing the tribe of Judah. And there goes another couple right here. This is the fourth one I'm showing you. This is the fourth one I'm showing you. The fourth marriage. Do you see any cleavage or anything on this woman over here? Or this one over here? Or this one over here? You see, when we practice our tradition, we dress moderately. We are decent. When we just, I want you to think, just think about something. Have you noticed that all the foreign stuff that we do, like for example, dressing, we dress like mad people, both men and women. We wear tight clothes, short clothes, and tight clothes. Just, I want you to think of the things that we have, all the things, these things that we call modern stuff, like modern things, like clothing, like food, like all the modern things that we do today. These things that we call modern is actually European things. It's Europeans. Some of you that are listening to me, right? Some of you will be thinking, brother, this man, you're thinking about me, right? And you're thinking, man, this man hates the Europeans. Why is he always talking about them? He's obsessed with the Europeans. He hates the Europeans. Okay, so the beginning part, you're right. I hate the Europeans. But I will tell you why I hate the Europeans. Because they are anti-God. Because they hate the Most High. Now, if you don't want to hate those that hate the Most High, that's your cup of tea. Tea. I'm talking about tea. Tea. They take the tea in the real tea from the Chinese and they perverted it. Tea. That's your cup of tea. If you don't want to hear, I'll be like David. David said in Psalm 131, in Psalm 139, Psalm 139, Psalm 139. Look at towards the end of the chapter. David said, I hate them that hate thee. I hate anybody who hates you, my God. Oh Lord. Oh my God. Those people that hate you, I hate them, and I hate them with righteous hatred. It is very good and necessary for you to hate those that hate God. Because if you hate those that hate God, then you wouldn't want to be like them. How can you come out and profess that you hate somebody, but then you're copying that person? That's a hypocrisy. Shame will not allow you to do it. You're going to be shameful because people will call you out right away. Can you imagine seeing me and I'm wearing suit and tie? Can you imagine seeing me? I shave my beard and wearing suit and tie. You will be like, what? You're criticizing the Gentiles, but you're dressing like them. You will call me out on my hypocrisy right away. So it's healthy, it's good for you to speak against those that hate the Most High, for you to despise them. Because when you do that, then you are less likely to want to be like them. You are less likely to eat like them, which their food is garbage. Their food is poison. This is why you have cancer, all kinds of disease. If you hate them, you're less likely to get on your knees and propose to your wife. And if you don't get on your knees and propose to your wife, you're less likely to be one of those statistics that you have among the Gentiles, that more than 50% of their marriage end in divorce. The main reason why I speak against them is because everything we do today, we learn from them, and you don't even realize it. You don't even realize that we're not supposed to be following them. It makes the Most High angry. Do you understand that? Jeremiah 10:2, Jeremiah 10:2, Jeremiah 10:2, Jeremiah 10:2, Jeremiah 10:2, Jeremiah 10:2, Romans 12:2, Romans 12:2, Romans 12:2, Romans 12:2, Romans 12:2, Romans 12:2. Do not conform to the world. Do not conform. Do you know what it means to conform? Do not conform. And this is just one of the other places, like James 4:4, James 4:4, James 4:4, and First John chapter 2, 15 and 16. First John 2, 15 and 16. These are places warning you not to conform and be like the world. The Most High was warning our ancestors in Leviticus chapter 18. Leviticus chapter 18 from verse 1 to 4. Leviticus chapter 18, 1 to 4. Leviticus 18, 1 to 4. You know why I'm repeating myself? I know you're complaining. I know you don't like me repeating myself, but you go on YouTube, you watch video, they keep repeating those advertisements. They keep shoving it down your throat. You watch TV, they keep showing you the same advertisement over and over and over and over. You listen to the radio, they keep playing the same advertisement over and over, and you don't complain. You don't complain. But when I keep repeating these scriptures, so you can write them down and read them. Leviticus chapter 18, 1 to 4. You see the Most High telling our ancestors when they came out of Egypt. The Most High told our ancestors when they came out of Egypt, do not act like the Egyptians where you came from. And do not act like the Canaanites where you are going. You are to follow my judgment, my statutes, and live by my laws. Leviticus chapter 18, verse 1 to 4. The Most High does not want us, He doesn't want us to follow or live like everyone else. That is why in Daniel chapter 1, Daniel chapter 1, when Daniel went to Babylon, when they went to Babylon, the Babylonians changed their name. The Babylonians changed their name in Daniel chapter 1. They changed their name. They changed Daniel. They changed their name. The Gentiles want to convert you. They're supremacists. Supremacy did not start with white people. Supremacy did not start with white people. You can clearly see it in Daniel chapter 1 with the Babylonians. They changed the names of the Israelite. And they wanted Israelite to start eating like the Babylonians. But Daniel refused. Daniel refused to eat like the Babylonians. You may not know this. That's why I scream and shout. You may not know that the Most High does not want us to be following other nations, dressing like other nations, eating like other nations, worshiping like other nations. The Most High gave us instructions, manual, which is his word on how to dress. A man is supposed to wear a robe. A man is supposed to wear a robe and wear his fringes and grow his beard. A woman is supposed to wear a dress, no trouser, dress, and wear her fringes and wear her veil. We're not supposed to eat garbage. We eat natural food. It's an insult to our Creator when we start living like human beings and start living the way that human beings wants us to live, the way that people wants us to live, and abandon the way that he wants us to live. We suffer. The Most High wants the woman to be on her knees. But today we see that we're learning from Gentiles and we're doing the opposite. This is what the Most High wanted here. She's supposed to be on her knees in front of people. Today, this is what we're doing. And you wonder why relationships are in the toilet. You wonder why the Most High is no longer answer our prayer. Yeah, keep fooling yourself. Keep pretending as if God is answering us. He's not answering us. He's not. The Most High God has turned his back away from us. He turned his back away. Hosea 5:15. Hosea 5:15. Hosea 5:15. Hosea 5:15. And also Hosea 4:6. Hosea 4:6. Hosea 4:6. He gives you exactly the reason why he will abandon us. Because our ancestor was breaking his law. We ourselves, we grew up, we continue to refuse to live by his law. So he abandons us. And we're sitting over here pretending as if God is with us. God is great. He's with us. He's answering us. Yeah, keep fooling yourself. We cannot be following the ways of the Gentiles. One of the reasons why I focus, there are reasons why I speak against the heathen. Because first of all, the Most High doesn't want us to live like the heathen. The Europeans are the heathen. Second of all, the reality of the matter, you can deny it, you can argue it, that's your problem. The reality of the matter is that we are not following the Asians. We're not living like the Asians. We're not following the Asian education system. We are not following Asian religion. Christianity is a Gentile religion. Christianity is an European religion. We're not following the Asians. We're not following the Arabs. We're following the Europeans. So I will focus on the corporate. I will focus on those, the thieves, the heathen. I will focus on where the problem is. That's where I focus. That's who I'm going to speak against. This is, I think, the fourth picture I'm showing you, the fourth or the fifth picture, where you see the same thing, palm wine. You think it's a coincidence that all this stuff I'm showing you, you keep seeing the same thing, palm wine. This is what Christ turned into wine. He turned water into wine. This is part of our wedding. We call it traditional wedding. We're not supposed to do white wedding. White wedding, like when a woman wears a wedding gown, when a woman wears a wedding gown and the man wears a tuxedo, we're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that. That's almost like an idolatry. Your ancestors did not do that. If you do that, you were a whore. Even as a man can be a whore, whoring after other nations. God describes us as prostitute. Ezekiel 23. Ezekiel 23. When we look at the other nations and try to copy them, we are whoring after other nations, and the Most High doesn't want us to do that. You're not supposed to. We're not supposed to do a church wedding. Where in the Bible, find anywhere in the Bible where they did church wedding, where they did wedding in the church, and I will send you $100. Search your Bible, call your pastor, call anybody, search online, find out where wedding was done in a church house, in the temple. Find the chapter, one. I'm not asking you to show me two, just one. Find one verse, one example where people conducted wedding in the temple, and send me your email and I will send you $100 through PayPal. Bunch of fools. So we do that stuff because we learn it from the heathen. We learn it from the heathen, from the Gentiles, from the Europeans. You may be thinking that it doesn't matter. What's the harm? Well, the harm is that the harm. This is us still copying our ancestors. This is the one doing the wedding. She's the one being married. She's the one being married, and this is her friends. They're supposed to represent the bridesmaid. Bridesmaid. Just like you see in the Bible, just like Genesis 24. Genesis 24, Rebecca was the bride, but she had maids. Rebecca was the bride, but she had maids. You see that in Genesis 28, chapter 29, with Leah and Rachel. They had their maids. That term, bridesmaid, is from the Bible. And there she is. This is exactly what I was telling you earlier. Here is this one. She's holding palm wine. That's palm wine. And that's her bridesmaid. Just like you see in the Bible. That's the way we do it. Or the way we used to do it. But unfortunately, we don't do it that way anymore. We stopped because we started following the Europeans. We decided that the European system is better than the system that the Most High established. That is what we decided. That's palm wine. She's holding palm wine, and she will go and look for her husband as we used to do it. So these are just example. We started this off with people being on their knees, being on or men being on their knees. You're not supposed to do that when you're proposing to a woman. A man is not supposed to be on on his knees, but men are no longer educated. So this is a wedding. This is another woman right here. This is a palm wine. That's a palm wine. That's a DJ playing music. That's people eating food, just like people were invited in John chapter 2. You have to have palm wine. If you run out of palm wine, you are in trouble. On your wedding day, if you ever run out of palm wine, you are, especially because that's part of the wedding. So we practice these things without even knowing what we're doing. We practice these things without realizing or knowing what we're doing. That's another person, another one. You notice that all the picture, everything I've been showing you. Have you seen any of these women without their hair covered? Have you seen any of these women without their head covered? That's a palm wine right here. That's palm wine. She's going to her husband, and when she gets there, she'll get on her knees. That's another one. That's a palm wine. These are people. When she gets there's music playing somewhere, she's dancing, she's laughing, she's going to her husband. When she gets there, she'll get on her knees and give him the palm wine. So these are things that people, your kids who are born and raised in America, your kids who are born and raised in London, Europe, they don't know these things. They don't know these things. And what you, some of you may not understand why this is important. Some of you may not understand why this is important. You may not understand. Obviously, this one seems to live abroad. She seems to live somewhere in Europe or America, and she seems to came back home with her friends to do her traditional wedding. And she seems to be using her friends here as her bridesmaid. As you can see, they're wearing uniform. 3 of them are wearing uniform. Notice that their head are covered. This is what our culture does. But we take our culture and we flush it down the toilet. We say that the European culture is better. This is what our culture have made them to do, to cover their hair and cover their asses, cover themselves. Although this one is still showing cleavage. This is just on a wedding. They just came for a wedding, but they see how they had to cover up. See how everybody had to cover up. The Most High told us. He said it. He told you that if you follow his laws and his commandment, if you follow his laws and his commandment, the other nations are going to look at you and they're going to say, wow, look at these people. Look at their look at their way of life. Look at all these laws that their God gave them. Wow. The other nations will envy you. They'll want to be like you. That is if you follow God's law. I don't know how many times have I the last time it happened, I went to the store and I took the things I wanted to buy. I think it was the manager or the assistant manager, either the manager or the assistant manager. He was standing next to the cashier. I took the things I wanted to pay, and he was waiting for me. After I paid, I walked outside, and he followed. As I was paying, he went and stood outside waiting for me. When I came outside, he asked me. He said, "Excuse me, why do you dress this way? I'm just curious. I always see you dress like this. Why do you dress like this?" And I began to explain to him. But he was curious because I dressed different. If I was wearing jeans and t-shirt and sneakers, jeans, t-shirt, sneakers, if I dressed like everyone else, the man will never leave what he was doing and come outside to come and ask me why I I I um I dress that way. He's not going to do that. He's not going to do it. You see the way they dress? See how everybody's all covered up? See the way she covered up, hair covered. It says Gozie and Moyewa's modern traditional Igbo Yoruba wedding. So these are things that your son need to know. Your grandsons and even you men need to know these things. It's good to know because we've been educated the wrong way. You know, the Bible says that in the future, in the future, um, the other nations are going to come and they will say, "Come, let us go to Jerusalem. Let us go so that they will teach us, the Israelite will teach us the ways of God. For our ancestors, for our fathers have taught us lies. Our fathers have taught us lies." This is what the other nations are going to be saying, that their fathers taught them lies. So they will want to go back to the Israelite, for the Israelite to educate them, for the Israelite to educate them. It's a prophecy. It has not been fulfilled yet. It will be fulfilled in the future, but not now. So, because right now, we are the ones who are going to the Gentiles. We are literally doing the opposite. We are literally doing the opposite of what the Bible tells you will happen in the future. In the future, the other nations, Gentiles, it's another woman with wine, traditional Igbo marriage. So we have a prophecy that says that in the future, the other nations are going to come to us and they will say, "Please teach us God's way, because our fathers have taught us lies. Our fathers taught us lies." So all this stuff we are doing right now, their fathers taught them, and it's lies. And in the future, even the heathen will abandon their own system. In the future, even the heathen will abandon their own system in the future. Not right now, but in the future, they will abandon their own system. And they will have to come right back to us, the Israelite, for us to teach them. They will come right back to us. So why would I want to be following them right now when I know that in the future, they will come to us for us to re-educate them and teach them God's laws? So I'm not going to follow them. I will follow the scriptures. Now, our ancestors here, are they doing this? As you can definitely see, there's a problem with the attire. The women's hair are covered, and that's fine. Their hair is covered, and that's fine. But they are not wearing robes. That's the problem. But you can understand why that is an issue, because we don't know who we are anymore. We don't know who we are anymore. So I do know about these things, and it is my responsibility to teach those who are interested, so that when you get this knowledge, you will then apply it properly. It might not be for you. When I talk about the academy, you may no longer be interested in marrying anybody. But as a man, you need to know these things, so that you can then teach it to uh, teach this to other people, young people around you. You can then pass it down to them and teach them. So there's definitely, we've been educated wrong. We've been taught the wrong way. There are things that we need to relearn. And there are plenty of these things that I do know. It will be wicked for me to keep quiet. It will be wicked for me to not create a platform. It will be wicked for me not create a system, a way to be able to pass this information along with other people. So that's the reason for the men's academy. That's the reason for the men's academy that I'm talking about. So for any man who is interested, you can contact me. It's a men's only academy. Men's only academy. It doesn't matter where you are. You could be in any part of the world, as long as you have a phone. Just like we do other things that we do, we will do this one online too. You can be added in and get uh, almost like a weekly lesson on different topics, different issues, and understanding and learning how to be a strong Hebrew man. How to be a strong man. Looking at things from Hebrew perspective, learning what God expects from you, what the Most High expects from you, how He wants you to behave, how He wants you to lead your family, learning things you cannot tolerate. There are certain things that you cannot tolerate. For example, if I'm marrying a woman and she refused to get on her knees, I will throw her out. I will throw her out. I will not tolerate any woman that doesn't want to submit. There are certain things that you have to understand as a man. There are certain things that you cannot tolerate as a man. And every man needs to know all these things, because you might not be the one that will use it, but you can teach it to the younger ones. You need to teach the younger ones, teach the younger men that they cannot tolerate a woman that will not respect their mother and their father. So if a young man wants to marry a woman, but you see any kind of disrespect from the woman you want to marry, any kind of disrespect from that woman to your mother or your father, you cannot do that, because you yourself were commanded to honor your mother and your father. Why then would you honor your mother and father, and then you marry somebody that will dishonor your mother and your father? Does that make any sense? You're deceiving yourself, and the Most High is not mocked. You cannot deceive the Most High. So your son, your grandson, these young people need to understand that they cannot tolerate any woman that will disrespect their mother or their father. There will be a zero tolerance on that. The younger men need to understand how to train the woman that they want to marry. Before you marry a woman, you have to train her. And if you refuse that you will not train her, then you're not going to marry her. Just like the Bible says, if she has any question, let her ask her husband at home. I'm not the one that said that. I did not say that. The Bible says that women are not allowed to speak in the congregation. If they have any question, let them ask their husband at home. Why? Because their husband is the one responsible for teaching them. So a young man or a man is supposed to know that you're supposed to teach the woman that you want to marry. That is part of the reason why we have the betrothing period. That is part of the reason why we have the betrothing period, where you are teaching her. And a modern woman don't want to be taught. A modern woman says that modern woman believes that you guys are partner. You cannot marry a woman that thinks that she's your partner, because she's not your partner. Your wife is not your partner. It's not partnership. It's not 50-50. That's feminism. Equal rights. How can we have equal rights when we're not equal in the sight of the Most High? We're not equal. 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 8 and 9. 1 Corinthians 11, 8 and 9 says that he did not make the man for the woman, but he made the woman for the man. He created the woman for the man, for the woman to serve the man, while the man is serving him. Adam was created to serve God. God created Eve to serve Adam. That is why when you go to Titus chapter 2, in Titus chapter 2, it tells the older women to educate the younger women on how to serve their husband, how to love their husband, how to take care of the house chores, cooking, cleaning, washing clothes, taking care of babies. As you see in Proverbs 31, Proverbs 31. The man in Proverbs 31 is busy out with the other elders serving the Most High by judging Israel. They were out there serving the Most High by judging Israel, while his wife is in the house, running the house, making sure that everything is going very smooth, making sure that his clothes are washed, food is cooked, house is clean, there's water for him to take shower when he comes back, and food is ready because he just got back from serving the Most High. A man is supposed to serve the Most High while his wife serves him. That is not how women are educated today. That is why I tell men, do not marry a modern woman. Do not marry a woman who has been exposed to Western culture. If you marry her, you will regret. You will regret. You will suffer, and you will suffer just like you deserve. Your life will be a living hell. Don't marry an educated woman. Don't do it, because they are not trained the way they're supposed to. If it's going to be a problem, let it be somebody else's problem. As a righteous man, it's not supposed to be your problem. What, brother? Well, they are Hebrews too, right? Brother, they are Hebrews. Who's going to marry them? Well, go find Hebrews like this who marry them. Hebrews like this will marry them. There she is. She probably has a college degree. She probably has college degree. So Hebrews like this will marry Hebrews like this. Because a true righteous woman who is educated according to the law will not even allow her husband to get on his knees. She will not. She will turn around. She will be ashamed to see her husband, her future husband, on his knees. She will not do it. A righteous woman will not, because even she herself knows that this is a problem. A true righteous woman knows that a true righteous woman will never allow her husband to submit to her. She wouldn't do it. Because first of all, she knows it's against God's law. She knows it's against the will of our Heavenly Father, Genesis 3:16. She knows that the Most High said that her husband is supposed to rule over her. So she will never stand there like this one over here, smiling. She will never stand here and be so happy that he is declaring his submission to her. And she's over here giggling and so happy. She's so happy that he's finally submitting to her. No righteous woman will accept that. A true righteous woman will turn away. She will be like, no, no, she will not. She will never agree to be his wife if he's going to be on his knee in the beginning. She will never, because she wants him to be a real man. She wants to be the one that will be on her knees. She wants to be the one because she understands what this means. She's willing to submit, and she knows that they're going to have a good marriage. Everything is going to work out the way it's supposed to, because the balancing will be right. She's the one doing the submitting. That's why she's on her knees. He's the one doing the ruling. That's why he's sitting down. And this wine, she brought the wine, as we always do. It symbolizes something. I'm going to serve you. That's why when her father gives her the wine, she now takes it and looks for her husband, and she brings the wine to her husband, and he will drink it. It's an act of submission. She'll be on her knees. Here, I'm here to serve you. I'm bringing this to you for you to eat. I'm here to serve you. When I keep shouting and screaming against the Western culture, you guys have no idea why I'm shouting and screaming. Why would you have to? Why would you want to reject a culture like this? Look, it's fun. It's fun and nice. It's very nice and fun to have a a a man on his knees. It looks cute, right? And the woman is very happy that he's on his knees, right? And her ego is being massaged. He's submitting. Are you even thinking about the future? Do you even understand that the Creator established marriage, and He gives you the principle on how to succeed in marriage? You will never succeed if you don't follow that principle. You will never. And you might be asking me, my brother. You might be thinking, you're thinking, well, brother, what about all these people who have been married for 50 years? They've been married for 50 years, and they don't even know the Bible, and yet they're married. Yeah, go look at them. The man is miserable. The man has been castrated. That man is weak, and he's been castrated and reduced to nothing. So this symbolizes and represents something. Young people need to understand these things. Because it matters a lot on how you get started. If you get started the wrong way, everything you're going to do along the way is going to be, it's not going to work. And at the end of the day, you see, it's fun and nice when a man is submitting to you. But at the end of the day, you are the one that will hate the whole situation, because a righteous woman wants to be ruled. A true righteous woman wants to be ruled. She wants to be led. It's stressful for a woman to lead. It's all fun in the beginning. It's all fun in the beginning. When you tell him what to do, he will do it. He doesn't question you. You shout at him, he keeps quiet. He tells you that he wants to do this. You tell him no. He will listen to you. He follows everything you ask him to do. It's all fun in the beginning. It's fun in the first 6 months. But the time will come. The time will come when you, even you, will hate it because you will definitely see him for who he is. He's weak. No reasonable, righteous woman wants a weak man. Because just like you can manipulate him, other people can manipulate him too. A righteous woman wants a strong man. And the truth of the matter is that this is some of the stuff I'm going to be sharing with the men in that academy. The truth of the matter is that when you are weak, your wife will despise you eventually. Eventually, she's going to hate you because she's going to see your weakness. If she can manipulate you, if she can control you, eventually she'll begin to hate you. She will hate you exactly for being weak. And she's going to be gravitating towards strong men. Because after a year, 2, 3, 4, when she sees a real strong man, she knows. When I talk about strong, I'm not talking about physical strong, physically, no. I'm talking about spiritually, psychologically, mentally, emotionally. A true righteous woman wants a strong man that will lead her. Women in general, they want it, but because of feminism, because of Western feminism, they pretend as if they don't want it. And if you are weak, the dangers of a man being weak, the dangers of a man being weak is that when you are weak, your wife is most likely will eventually start having sex with another man. Because when a man manhandles her, when a man challenges her, when she is used to talking and controlling you and doing whatever she wants to do and everything, she gets used to it. The very first time she will want to talk and a man will shut her up. A man will tell her to be quiet and sit over there. Go stand over there. The very first time a man will do that to her, the very first time a man will do that to her, she will get turned on. She's going to be shocked, but she's going to love it. She's going to love it that this man is manhandling her. She'll be quiet. She would rather be with that man than you because you're weak. And eventually she'll begin to develop resentment towards you. She has more respect towards the man that controls her and tells her what to do. She has more respect. Do you know how many women who are having sex with their bosses? Do you know how many women who will go on work, traveling for their job, for their work? They will go on conferences with their colleagues, and they're over there, their boss is having sex with them because she feels aroused towards her boss, towards the man that leads her. They go for conference in a different state, in a different city. She's working for the bank. She's working for some corporation. She's working for some company. They have a conference. She tells you that she's going over there, which is a bad idea because your wife is not supposed to be even working outside of your house. That's a different topic. Your wife is supposed to work for you. Your wife is not supposed to work for another man. Again, she's supposed to serve you. But because we're following the Europeans, she goes to school and she gets a degree, she finds a job, She goes on those conferences that they go. They check into a hotel. They check into a hotel. The next day they go for the conference. The following evening they go to a bar, get some drinks. She's not going to sleep in her hotel room that night. She'll either sleep in her colleague's hotel room or in her boss's hotel room while your son is in the house with the kids. His wife is over there. Somebody is having sex with him because she's working outside of the house. She has a job. So when I tell you that you shouldn't marry an educated woman, you don't understand what I'm talking about. Any woman that have master's degree, PhD, unless if she's going to take that thing, throw it away. Unless if she's gonna throw away that certificate and be a full housewife and swear that she will never work for a corporation or work for any company. If she wants to do business, you can start her a business at home. You can start her a business at home, something she can do in the house, just like you see in Proverbs 31. Proverbs 31. Proverbs 31. That woman has a business, but she does it at home. She makes stuff at home and sells it. Do not marry a woman that has master's degree, PhD, and she wants to go work for a company. Don't marry her. She's a whore. Because first of all, she's supposed to work for you. She's supposed to work for you. And you're acting like Esau. You're acting like Esau because of your foolishness and your greed. Your foolishness and your greed, you sell out your right that the Most High gave you. 1 Corinthians 11, 8 and 9. 1 Corinthians 11, 8 and 9. The man was not made for the woman, but the woman was made for the man. So the gift that the Most High gave you, the Most High gave you a woman. He gave you the Most High, he gave you a woman to serve you, to work for you. That's why on our wedding day, she's on her knees. And in front of everybody, she brings a drink to you. This means something. Her being on her knees means something. Her being on her knees means something. Bringing you this drink in public means something. Her being on her knees means that she's going to submit to you. Bringing you the drinks means that she's going to serve you. Because you, the man, you are supposed to serve the Most High. You're supposed to serve the Most High. While she's serving you. This symbolizes something. This is the type of wedding you had in John chapter 2, where they had the wine. Christ made water into wine. So why do you have a lot of women today who don't want to submit to their husband? Why do you have that? Because today, most men don't want to submit to the Most High. They do not want to submit to the Most High. That's just reality today. That is why the Most High have also made it that a woman will not submit to you. The Most High will not allow a woman to submit to you if you're not submitting to Him. You can go to the Middle East, find the most humble, the most docile, the most submissive woman you can find. You marry her. But because you do not want to submit to the Most High, you don't want to submit to the Most High, eventually that woman is going to become corrupted. The Most High will allow her to become corrupted, and she will become the biggest feminist you've ever known. Because you yourself, you're supposed to You're supposed to work for the Most High. You're supposed to serve the Most High, like you see in Proverbs 31. The Most High created you to serve Him. The Most High did not create you to live for yourself. Chase money and chase money and chase money and chase money until they take you and throw you inside your grave. And somebody else will spend that money that you've been chasing all your life. We are conditioned to chase money and chase money and chase money and chase money until we die. You're supposed to spend most of your time serving the Most High. Today we spend like 10, 5, like 1% of our time going to church. We spend with the rest of our life chasing money like mad people. We chase money and chase money and chase money and chase money and chase money. At the end of the day, all this money you've been chasing, all the houses, all the cars, all this stuff, the money in your bank account, at the end of the day, they will take you and throw you inside a grave and cover you with dirt. And somebody else is going to eat that money. A righteous man is supposed to spend most of his time serving the Most High. Most of your time supposed to be spent serving the Most High. And there are many ways you can serve the Most High. I don't mean going to church. Going to church is not serving the Most High. Reading your Bible is not serving the Most High. Praying is not serving the Most High. And I've explained this in the past. I have explained this. You don't have to know how to preach to serve the Most High. You do not have to know how to preach to serve the Most High. You don't know how to preach to serve the Most High. No, you don't need to. You can simply join, you know, get yourself into a situation where you join, you get involved. You get involved. It's a group thing. If you don't know how to do it yourself, you attach yourself to other people who are doing it. I've explained this in the past. I have explained this. A man who is a man who is 7 foot tall. He's huge, tall and huge, but he cannot talk. He doesn't like talking. He doesn't like talking much. He is still required to serve the Most High. Even though he doesn't talk much, he is still supposed to serve the Most High. So he can use the size of his body to serve the Most High. If there is another brother who is very little, a brother who is about 5 foot tall or 4 foot tall, but he can speak. But if he goes out to speak the word of the Most High and teach the law of the Most High, people might begin to attack him. People might look down on him. The big brother can go there and stand next to him. Both of them are serving the Most High, like I've explained in the past. Both of them are serving the Most High. The other one is standing there, he's not saying anything. But by him standing next to the little brother, the short brother, people are less likely to come and attack the little brother. And that will allow the little brother to be able to speak boldly. He can now speak boldly. He's not going to be scared. Because what are you going to do? Attack him? No, there's a big brother standing next to him. So both of them are serving the Most High. Both of them are messengers of the Most High. One is talking. One is using his ability to talk. The other one doesn't like to talk. He's using the size of his body that the Most High gave him to serve the Most High. But he's not saying a word. He's not saying a word. So don't think that you have to know how to talk in order to serve the Most High. Well, I would like to serve the Most High, but I can't speak. I don't know how to talk to the public. You don't have to. There are many, many ways. If a brother is preaching or talking, and another brother is standing over there holding the microphone for him, he's also serving the Most High. He's always coming out and holding the microphone, which makes it easy for the person who is doing the talk to talk. At the end of the day, they are all servants of the Most High. Both the person who is holding the microphone, both the person who shows up and set up the instrument, they're all serving the Most High. If there are some women, if there's a woman who goes and prepares some food, prepare some food and drink, and bring it to these men who are preaching, she's also serving the Most High, because she's supporting these men. She is serving these men by giving them food, which will allow them to be able to to have energy and be able to serve the Most High properly. So the women are supposed to serve the men while the men are serving the Most High. That's the way it's supposed to be. The Most High did not create a woman for a woman to serve him. Any woman that wants to serve the Most High by preaching the word, teaching the word, that woman is a prostitute. You have a spirit of prostitution in you. You have a spirit of whoredom in you. You have a spirit of Jezebel, as you see in Revelation chapter 2. Revelation chapter 2. Christ describes that woman who was trying to teaching men. Christ describes that as a Jezebel. Christ describes that as a Jezebel. I describe you as a whore. You have a spirit of whoredom. Why would you want to teach men? The Most High never created you to teach men. You're supposed to support men. Be a support system. Support system. You're supposed to serve men. That's what this symbolizes. I got you covered when it comes to what you're going to eat. Your food, I will take care of it. I'll prepare it. I'll bring it to you so you can have enough energy to serve the Most High. I'll keep your house clean. I'll wash your clothes. This is exactly why the Most High created the woman, so that Adam doesn't have to worry about all this domestic stuff, washing plate, cooking food, because it takes at least 2 hours to cook real food. It takes at least 2 hours, at least 2 hours to cook real food. And the Most High doesn't want the man to be a man that serves him to be worried about all this stuff. Which is the reason why when you go to Titus chapter 2, it's not a coincidence. When you go to Titus chapter 2, you clearly see what it says there. Titus chapter 2 from verse 3. Titus chapter 2 from verse 3. It clearly tells you that the the girls are supposed to be educated to do domestic work, to guard their house, to submit to their husband, to love their husband. These are stuff that they're supposed to be taught. But today, men are no longer serving the Most High. The reason why you have a bunch of feminists is because men are no longer serving the Most High, as you see in Sirach 26:23. Sirach 26:23. A godless wife is given as a portion to a lawless man, but a pious wife is given to the man who fears the Most High. If you fear the Most High, you will keep his commandment. It's just like it says in Ecclesiastes 12:13. Ecclesiastes 12:13. Ecclesiastes 12:13. Fear God and keep his commandment, for this is the whole duty of man. A man that fears the Most High will keep his commandment. A man that refuses to keep God's commandment, a man that refuses to keep God's law, does not fear God. And the Most High will make sure that he will reward you with a whore, a woman that have been sharing her body in college, having sex with all kinds of women, all kinds of men, and sometimes women in college. And at the end of the day, you're going to get on your knees and you will submit to her. That's who you will get as a wife. That's your portion because you don't want to keep God's law. But a pious wife is given as a portion to the man that fears the Most High. A pious wife is given as a portion to a man that fears the Most High. What is pious? Devotedly religious. Religious, devoted, dedicated, God fearing. That's who a righteous man gets. A woman that devotes to the Most High. A woman that fears the Most High will also submit to her husband. So I do like the fact that you have women who are rebellious. I like the fact that you have women who are rebellious, who are loud-mouthed, who are unsubmissive. These women are supposed to be around because they are supposed to be given to all the men that refuse to keep God's law. What you sow is what you reap. I pray that any man that refuses to keep God's law will never have peace. If you refuse to keep God's law, you will never have peace. If you refuse to keep God's law, no woman will ever submit to you or respect you or serve you because you're not serving the Most High. You are not serving the Most High. So now you understand why the world is like this. Because you have our grandfathers who refused to keep God's law, our fathers who refused to keep God's law. And then we came up and refused to keep God's law. And then we have a bunch of, who do we marry? We marry a bunch of women who are defiled, all defiled in middle school, in high school, in college. They're not even your wives in the sight of the Most High. They come out, you get on your knees, you propose to her, you are guaranteeing her that you're going to submit to her. You're showing her the an act of submission. You give her a ring. She's your partner. Before you do something, you take permission from her, and sometimes she will say no, and then you keep quiet. She tells you what to do, but you can't tell her what to do because she's your partner. It's 50-50. But she has no problem submitting to her job, her boss in her job. When her boss asks her to do something, she will do it. No question. Most of the things that her boss asks her to do, she doesn't want to do, but she will still do it without, she won't say a word. So she has no problem submitting to her boss, but she has every problem submitting to you. And that is fine. The reason why it's fine is because, first of all, she's not even supposed to be working for somebody else. She's supposed to work for you. She's supposed to serve you. So if you are foolish and dumb and ignorant to allow your wife to go and serve another man, then all her loyalty, all her submission, all her fear, all her devotion will be channeled to the man that she is serving in her job. At her job, her boss. That's the real man in her life. You are nothing but a house boy. You're only good for sex. And even the sex, at some point, she won't even want it anymore because she sees you, she's not turned on by you because you're weak. You are weak. When she challenges you, you back down. Whenever she tests you and challenges you, you back down like a little dog. One of the things that men are also going to be learning is that women will test you. They will always test you. They will always test you, but it's up to you to pass the test. So there's a lot. There's a lot because, again, for an average person will say, brother, why are you making a big deal out of these things? This is not a big deal. Well, you see, if you want to succeed in marriage, you have to do it God's way. There is a balance in marriage. There's a balance. Things has to be balanced out. Everybody has their part to play. Can you imagine? Can you imagine a man that does not provide for his family? He's healthy, he's not sick, but he does not provide. And he sits and he expects his wife to go and work and provide for the family. Would you say that that's a normal thing? That's not normal. Somebody is going to be stressed out in that relationship, and that's the wife. The wife is carrying a burden that is too much for her, a burden that she should not be carrying. That's not her burden. That's not her job. It's none of her business to have to go out there and walk her behind off to provide for the family when her husband is clearly well and sitting around the house being a housewife. So eventually, that relationship is going to begin to have problem. Eventually, if there's any kind of danger in the house, he is expecting her to go and take care of it. So the same way, if a man is doing what he's supposed to do, but the woman is leaving her lane, she's refusing to fear you, she's refusing to serve you, she's refusing to be there for you and knowing that her job is to be there for you and to serve you. You are her Lord. You are her master. That's why Sarah called Abraham her master. In marriage, you don't have 50-50. There is no partnership. You have the ruler and you have the person who is being ruled. You have the master and you have the servant. When you hear the word master, the next thing you hear is a servant. The master is a master to somebody. The master is a the master is a master to the servant. The master is the leader of the servant. A servant has a master. Whenever you see a servant, he has a master. So why will Sarah call her husband her master? Why is young women called maiden? Maiden. That's where the word maid came from. Maid. Maiden. As you see in 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 8 and 9. 1 Corinthians 11, 8 and 9. 1 Corinthians 11, 8 and 9. The woman was made. The woman was made for the man. The woman was made for the man and not the man for the woman. So these principles that the Most High put in place, these are principles that he put in place, and it's a big deal. It's a big deal because the truth of the matter is that when you have a situation where things are being done the wrong way, people do suffer. There are some women today who no longer have relationship with their son. Everything is good before their son got a wife. Her son will listen to her. Her son is there to help her and provide for her. And she is, she's very happy and pleased. She's happy and pleased that her son is there to provide for her because she did her part. She carried this boy 9 months in her stomach. She went through all kinds of hell. She went through all kinds of hell to raise this boy. And at some point, she's supposed to benefit from her work. This is godly. That's God's intention. That is why God gave us a commandment that you must honor your mother and your father. Your mother and your father is like the God that you see. They are your gods. They are your God. Your mother and your father are like your God. And the Most High made it that way. You must honor them. They went through everything they went through to produce you. So it's time for you to take care of them. But what happens oftentimes is that in this modern culture that we're following, this modern system that we're following, a lot of women are suffering today. They're suffering. A lot of men are suffering too because they have capable sons. They have sons who are capable. They have sons who have income. They're making money. But he's making all that money, but his mom and his dad is suffering. He doesn't even care if his mother or his father is eating. He doesn't even care. All his devotion is to this woman that he's married to. That's not biblical. That's not Hebrew. No. And then you now have a girl that comes in and begins to manipulate him. So when his father wants him to do something for him, or when his mother wants him to do something for him, he will now have to go and ask her for permission. He will ask her for permission. When the father feels like leaving the house to come and stay in his house, something that he used to do in the past, which is part of our culture, something that his mother used to do in the past. Sometimes you want to change environment. Sometimes you want to go to your son's house. Now your son will have to tell you no, or tell you that he would think about it, which means that he needs to get permission from his wife. So you now have a girl that comes out of nowhere and begins to control this family and manipulate this family. And the mother and the father are no longer able to benefit and enjoy their son that they worked hard for. They worked hard to make this son. When it's time for their son to take care of them, you now have a girl in the way, a girl who is literally standing in the way, always telling him, well, you have a wife now. You have a wife now. You have a wife now. You have your own family now. Why are you always talking about your mom? Why are you always talking about your dad? That is why it's important to understand these things, my brothers and sisters. It does come with a big consequence. A man is supposed to you're supposed to first of all train your wife. See, I'm using that word, training, and some of you are hearing it for the first time. Some of you you don't even understand the idea that a man is supposed to train his wife. A man is supposed to train his wife. Like how you train someone, you train her exactly the way you want her to behave. Teach her do's and don'ts. Train her on what you expect from her because she's supposed to be there to serve you. If you don't want to practice biblical marriage, stop listening to me. I'm talking about biblical marriage. I am talking about biblical marriage. If you don't want to practice it, if you don't want to learn it, if you don't want to know anything about it, then stop listening to me because I do promote biblical marriage. I'm not going to promote Western marriage. We are already practicing Western marriage, and more than 50% of the marriages end in divorce, just in America. I have no interest in promoting man's ideology because the Most High established marriage and He gives us principles on what to do in order to succeed. When I teach these things, when I speak these things, it's for the young men, it's for the men to learn what to do. for the young men to make sure that their wife will not control them. Because when his wife controls him, when his wife controls him, people suffer. People suffer. The father will suffer. His father will suffer. His mother will suffer because they will no longer be able to enjoy their son. They worked hard to raise their son. They need to benefit from their son. That's godly. That's the way God intends it. But when you have people following the worldly system, when you have a situation where she is controlling him, then he's not going to act right. And young girls today are conditioned, they are trained by the European system. They're trained in the European system. Can you see something in her body language? Do you know how to read body language? Can you see her body language? She's a little shy. And she's in total submission. And this happens in public. In public. As soon as she hands him the drink, the palm wine, people start clapping. She's clapping over here. He's clapping over here. She is declaring her submission to him right in public, in front of everybody. Do you understand what I'm showing you here? Do you understand Hebrew marriage? Do you understand Hebrew biblical marriage? This is godly. This is the way the Most High intends it. And the Europeans are doing the opposite. So when I want the men to be righteous, when I want the men to understand these things, to know these things, they are not the only one that will benefit. All the other people around them will benefit. A man should never, ever, 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 ever allow his wife to disrespect his dad or his mom. I will lay my hands on you. I will physically beat you up if you disrespect my father or my mother, and I warn you not to do it again. I warn you not to do it again, and you keep doing it. The Most High commanded me to honor my mother and my father. The Most High commanded me to honor my mother and my father. I'm going to honor my mother and my father. But if I bring you under me, I cannot allow you to dishonor my mother and my father. I cannot do that because the Most High is watching. The Most High is watching. How can I honor my mother and my father and respect them, honor them, respect them, obey them? But then I bring you into my family and then I watch you disrespect them. No, if you're going to be my wife, you must take my father and my mother as your relatives. This is biblical. If I'm going to bring you to my house, you must take my mother and my father as your relatives. As long as I'm alive, I will never watch you disrespect them. I will throw your stuff out of the house. I will pack your stuff and throw it out the house. You're not about to put me in trouble with the Most High. You're not about to do that. I am not about to become Adam. I am not about to be as weak as Adam. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Let me show you scripture. Let me show you. So there's so much that men need to learn. There's so much that men need to learn. So much. So much. That is why I decided to start this academy. So that men, your sons, your sons, your daughters, your sons and your daughters, I'm sorry, your sons, you the men and young men will be able to learn these things. That is why I'm starting this academy, so that you can get to be close to me, and I'll be able to impact this knowledge and give you these informations and be able to get some of the things that are going on in the world that we're not supposed to be doing. Some of the things going on in the world that we are not supposed to be doing. So I can show you those things. Look over here. This is what they're doing wrong. We're not supposed to be doing it. That's the kind of information I'm going to be passing on to you in that academy for the people who are interested. It's men only academy. I will eventually I'll work on something for the women. Here is in the book of Tobit, chapter 10. Tobit chapter 10. This is a girl, Sarah, being married. She was being given to her husband. And this is what her family did. Her parents, when she was about to be given to her husband, when she was about to be given to her husband, I want you to see what her parents told her. Tobit chapter 10, verse 12. Then he kissed his daughter. He kissed his daughter, Sarah, and said to her, my daughter, honor your father-in-law and your mother-in-law, since from now on, they are as much your parents as those who gave birth to you. Go in peace, because she's going to her husband's house. Go in peace, daughter, and may I hear a good report about you as long as I live. Then he bade them farewell and let them go. They told their daughter to honor her father-in-law and her mother-in-law, and to take them like her own parents, like those who gave birth to her. They told their daughter that they would like to keep on hearing good reports about her. They don't want to hear anything negative about her. That's our culture. We don't do these things like this anymore. Girls are no longer being taught to take their father-in-law and their mother-in-law as their own parents. To honor. I showed you the word honor. This is no longer being taught like that. What we have today is an absolute disaster. Complete, absolute disaster. And I will be a wicked man. Woe unto me to keep quiet. I will speak, I will shout for those who want to listen. I will make myself available. I will bring out the knowledge. I'll speak. I will shout. I'll bring it out for those that want to have it. That's the reason for for doing these things and speaking like this and establishing this academy for the men so that the men will learn this thing. You might not be the one that will use it, but you can pass it on to other people. It's very, very necessary. And what I did now is to use use this as an example. This is just one example of how we are completely and absolutely have been miseducated. As you can see, he's wearing a tuxedo. He's wearing a tuxedo. We are not supposed to wear stuff like this. I will never wear something like this for the rest of my life. We are not supposed to wear something like this. Why? Because we are the Hebrews. We dress moderately. We wear a robe. We wear something that goes at least to our knee. Something that goes at least go beyond your knee. We don't dress like this. This is Gentile style of dressing. This is Gentile style of dressing. And this is us today. We don't give engagement ring. That's a Gentile thing. This thing was started in America. You can go and search YouTube and type in history of engagement ring. History of engagement ring. History of engagement ring. Search YouTube and you will see. Search YouTube and you see the history. So why would we want to do that? We don't give engagement ring. We don't do that. That's a Gentile thing. We don't get on our knees. So when a man begins to interact with a woman that he wants to marry, there is not supposed to be any sex. They're not supposed to have sex. You cannot have sex with her until you marry her. And the Most High expects you to marry a virgin. Deuteronomy 22:13-21. The Most High said that if a man marries a wife and goes in unto her and discovers that she's not a virgin, he is supposed to speak out. The Most High said that if a man marries a girl and goes in unto her and then discover that she was not a virgin, he is supposed to speak out. That's what the Most High is telling you in Deuteronomy chapter 22:13-21. She has to be a virgin. And Christ said that you're not supposed to marry a woman who is put away. Matthew 5:32. Matthew 5:32. You're not supposed to marry a woman who is put away. Because when she is in college, when she's in the university, in high school, and she's having sex with all these men, she's taking on their DNAs. She's taking on their DNA. And I don't know if you know what DNA is, but she's taking on their DNAs and she's taking on the blood of those men. The Bible describes it as being defiled in Deuteronomy 24, verse 1-4. Deuteronomy 24, 1-4. You're not supposed to marry a woman who has been defiled like that. You're supposed to marry a virgin or a widow. A virgin or a widow. What is a widow? A widow means that she is a virgin. A man marries her. She never had sex with before. She was a virgin. A man married her and took her virginity. And then that man died. After that, after the man that married her died, she is now a widow. She's only had sex with one man in her life. She never had sex with any other man except the man that took her virginity. But that man that took her virginity is dead now. So that means that she's a widow. Then you can marry her. You can marry her, as you see in 2 Samuel chapter 25. 2 Samuel chapter 25. That's how David married Abigail. Abigail was a widow. But that's not the case today. So today, which is the reason why one of the reasons why I speak against the education system, because today girls, they go to school, they're having sex with different men, they're having boyfriends, they're doing all this stuff, having sex with all these men, and then they're taking on the DNA of these men. And the Europeans found out. The Europeans were doing a study, and a different study, and by accident they discovered that whenever a woman has sex with a man, a part of that man remains in her. Whenever a woman has sex with a man, a part of that man remains with her. This is what the Europeans discovered. This is what they found out by accident. They were not even looking for that. That study came out, and it was surprising for some, but not surprising for others. It was surprising for some, but not surprising for others. We're not supposed to be surprised about that. That was the case. We're not supposed to be surprised about that. So that's one of the reasons why, one of the things that young men need to understand. Because, for example, in the book of Numbers 31, we have a situation in Numbers chapter 31 where we have a situation where the Numbers 31 where the Most High, Moses told the Israelite, the Most High told them to go to war against the Midianite, to go avenge the Midianite, to go and take revenge against their enemies. Go and kill your enemies, those Midianite. They went over there, they killed the men, they took the kids and the wives. Moses became angry at them. Moses became angry. And upon becoming angry at them, he told them to go back and kill all the women that have known a man and only keep the virgins. So the point is that when a woman has sex with a man, she is taking on the DNA of that man. She's taking on some parts of that man. I was going to share something with you, but unfortunately, I am not able to access my hotspot right now. Unfortunately. So when a man has sex with a with a woman, a part of him is being left behind in her. That's why the Bible says that the two becomes one. The two becomes one. The two people that have sex becomes one, because she is taking on his DNA. So your son is not supposed to marry a girl who has laid with other women, other men, because she has the DNA of those other men in her, and her royalty her submission is to those men. She's a little bit confused because she has the blood of all these men inside of her. According to the will of God, she's only supposed to have the blood of one man. When that man dies, then another man can marry her. That's the intention. That's what the Most High intended. But because we're following the Europeans, we're following the European system, we're following Gentiles, we now have a situation where we don't understand these things anymore. And sometimes it just creates chaos. So I advise men to marry virgins or a confirmed widow. She has to be a confirmed widow. It's very, very clear that she was a virgin before a man married her. Then her husband dies. Then you can marry her. That's just one part. I totally discourage men from marrying a woman who is westernized. It's nothing but trouble. Nothing but trouble. Always fighting, always arguing, power struggle every day. Power struggle, power struggle, power struggle. Because she's been conditioned to think that, you know, it's 50-50 and it's just a mess. So I wouldn't want any man to go through that stress. It's very stressful dealing with a westernized woman. Unless if you don't care about the scriptures. If you're willing to let her rule over you, then there will not be any problem. As long as she's ruling over you and telling you what to do and you following her and she leading you, then everything will be fine. But you do realize that that's against the will of the Most High. You'll be going against the will of the Most High if you allow a woman to rule over you. That will go against the will of the Most High. That's why it's a problem. And any woman that wants to rule over you wants to make you to disobey the Most High. And there's a lot of negativity that comes with that. And it does affect everybody around. Like I mentioned before, it affects everybody around because he's supposed to be in charge. But when she is controlling him, then they are vulnerable. The parents are vulnerable. The parents are now vulnerable. It's like their son is lost. Their son has been taken away, hijacked. He is no longer in control. There's somebody on the side controlling him. It's not supposed to be that way. That's against God's will. So, speaking of this academy that I'm talking about, these are the kind of things I'm going to be teaching the men. This is just one topic. Just one topic. How the world is doing it, which we learn from the Gentiles, we learn from the heathen. How the world is doing it, and we learn it from the heathen. Versus how the Most High wants us to do it. How the world is doing it versus the way the Most High wants us to do it. I'm going to be showing you the things that the world is doing wrong and how the Most High wants us to do it. The things that the world is doing wrong and how the Most High wants us to do it. This is not right. This is how the world is doing it. This is how the Gentiles are doing it. From the beginning, we learn it from them. We learned it from them. This is not our culture. Of course, nobody will say that this is our culture. This is something we learn from them, right? So my job is to teach the men, the Hebrew men, that whether you're talking about marriage, whether you're talking about finance, whether you're talking about different things, I'm simply going to show you the way the Most High wants us to do it. It's an academy. But it's private. It's men only. There are certain things that you need to know. This young man here is not taught. He's not taught. He most likely doesn't even know who he is. He's not taught. So when it's time to propose to his wife, he gets on his knees and he proposed to her. I've already explained to you what this means. Him being on his knees means something. This is literally the opposite of the way they were supposed to do it. This is literally the opposite, like 100% the opposite. So, as you can see here, we do have some problem over here. Okay, we do have some problem. That's why I talked about educating your wife. You're supposed to educate a woman. Hey, why do you think the Most High say that when you marry your wife, you're not supposed to go to war or to any business for 1 year? The Most High said that when a man marries a wife, he is not supposed to go to war or travel for any business for a whole year. That is the period you're going to be using to set the tone on how things are going to be in this house. A lot of things is going on within that first year. She's getting pregnant, she's going to have a child, but you need to be there and be around to set the stage on how things are going to go. A man is supposed to educate and teach and train his wife. Part of the things you need to teach her on training her is how to dress. This is not how to dress. This is not how to dress. We are a destroyed people. Why would you want to be showing your body like this to other men? You're not supposed to let your wife dress like this. Any man that sees a woman, sees her like this will lust after her. I'm talking about real men. I don't know about homosexuals that call themselves men. I'm talking about real men. Whenever we see people like this, we lust after her. When I see a woman like this, I'm thinking about sex. That's just reality. That's the truth. Men are shy to speak about these things. Men are shy to talk like this. No, I'm telling you the truth. When I see you with a tight jeans, I'm thinking about having sex with you. I'm seeing your nakedness. I'm seeing your thighs. When I see you like this, I'm looking at you like a sex object. And I absolutely have no respect for you. Not just me, that's just how men think. When we see a woman that dressed like this, we don't have any respect for her. We're looking at her like a sex object. So as a man, you cannot allow your wife to dress like this. And these are all the stuff you're supposed to train her in the beginning. You're supposed to educate her in the beginning. You're supposed to train her. Before you marry her, she has to be in training. And if you see that she's not responding very well to that training, you kick her out. You end that relationship, end that betrothing, end it. She has to leave all her garbage out, all her fake hair and all that stuff. She has to leave it out. All her whorish clothing, her Gentile whorish clothing has to be left out. You're gonna have to get her dresses with fringes and veils. And if she's not willing to roll with you like that, then she's not for you. Because you cannot be a righteous man unless if you're a lawless man. Unless if you are a lawless man, then if you're a lawless man, then by all means, I want you to be like this. Just do whatever. Let her dress this way. No righteous man will ever want his wife to dress like this. No righteous man will ever want his wife to dress like this. No righteous man wants his wife's body to be shown. This is how women dress when they want to attract men. They wear tight clothing. They want to show their ass. They wear tight clothing. That's how they dress when they want to attract a man. So if he's going to be your husband, why are you still trying to attract men? If you already have a husband, why are you trying to attract men? Why are you wearing seductive clothes, seductive garment? So this is for lawless people. But as a man that fears the Most High, he can't tolerate that, because a godless wife is given as a portion to a lawless man. I'm talking about lawful men, righteous men, men who wants to be righteous. And I'm going to be teaching you on how to train a pious wife. But you have to be keeping the laws of the Most High, because I do wish evil, I wish misfortune, and evil and problems on those who don't want to keep the law. Anybody who wants to be disobedient to God's law, who wants to be rebellious, who don't want to keep God's law, I don't want anything good to happen to them. I want them to suffer because they refuse to keep God's law. So if you are going against the laws of God, then this academy is not for you. Because I am not about to give you advice that will benefit you so that you can continue to disobey the Most High God. Those who are wise understand what I'm saying, and they know it's valuable, especially in this time we're living right now. So I'm not about to give you something valuable so you can continue in sin. No, this is not for everybody. I will not allow anybody that just contact me and say, brother, I would like to join the academy. I would like to join Coming Kingdom Men's Academy. The academy that you talked about, I would like to join in. I will not just allow anybody to come in. I mean, you can try, but I'm not going to allow somebody who is being rebellious towards God's law. No, if you don't want to keep God's law, go. Go. When you want to marry a woman, get on your knees, propose to her. Okay? When you want to marry a woman, get on your knees and propose to her. I encourage you to do that. And I also encourage you to allow her to dress however she wants. Allow her to dress however she wants so that when she goes to the store, men are looking at her ass. They are asking her for her phone number. She'll be telling them, no, I got a man. I am married. But guess what? One day, she, because you are weak anyway, you're weak. And women hate weak men. And she knows you're weak. She knows you're weak. Because when you get got started, you were on your knee. And when she challenges you, you back down. When a woman challenges you, you're not supposed to back down. When a woman challenges you, you're not supposed to back down. Now, let me go in on that a little bit. There's a woman that used to join us over here. There's a sister that used to join us. She contacted me like everyone else. And she's a single mother with 2 kids. Her name is Sister Juliet. Some of you remember her. Never met her before. She contacted me. She's been listening to me. Her son discovered my video on YouTube. Her son saw my video. Her 14 years old son at that time. They watched my video. They started keeping the Sabbath. They contacted me. She wanted to humble herself under me. She told me that wherever you go, I will follow you. She explained her situation, how her husband, how the man she was living with abandoned her with the 2 kids and married a white woman or something. She explained all this stuff. When she talked about how she wants to be under me, for me to be her covering, for me to be like a man, like a covering for her. She understands that she needs to be under a man. I told her, I don't mind, but on one condition. Whatever I ask you to do, you have to do it. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to ask you to do anything against the law. I'm going to treat you righteously. But if you're going to be under me, you must 100% submit yourself under me. That's the condition. She agreed. As time goes on, I think there was something that she wanted to do. I was advising her otherwise. She wanted to be where she was, where she lives in Europe. She wanted to be over there while doing that thing in Africa. I was telling her it's not a good idea. It's better for you to save up your money. When you get to, when you're in Africa, you do it yourself. It's better that way. Because if you're in Europe and you're sending money to Africa, when that thing is done for you, you may not like it when you see it. So why don't you save up your money? Keep your money. There was even a time that she wanted to send me money. I said, no, keep your money. I want to build a community for law keepers, but I would rather do it with my own money. I don't want to collect money from this person, collect money from this person, collect money from this person to build a community. And then tomorrow you will start going against the Sabbath or going against any other law. Or tomorrow you will realize, you wake up from sleep and you realize that I'm a false teacher. Tomorrow you're going to wake up from your sleep and then your eyes will open and then you all of a sudden realize that I am a false teacher. You will realize that I am a pedophile. You will realize that I am wrong on biblical marriage. I'm wrong on Sabbath. But you are already part of the community. So now you're going to go and sue us in the court because you want to be cooking on the Sabbath. And we will not tolerate that. Like I always tell you guys, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time before I will preach something that you don't like. Just a matter of time before you will start saying that I'm a false teacher. So when I gave her that advice, which is a reasonable advice, Because when you come up to me and you say that you want me to be your head, you want me to be your leader, you want to be under me. If I say yes to you, then I will keep my word. I will protect you. I will protect you. You are like a sister to me. You are like a wife to me. You're like a mother to me. You're like a sister or my wife. You are now one of me. So I will protect you. And when I see you as you're about to make bad decision, I will protect you. That was one of the advice I was giving her. Why don't you stay over? Why don't you save up your money? Keep your money, save up, and use the money and do this yourself. Use the money to do the project yourself. She refused. She refused. She wanted to stay in Europe and be sending money to Africa to do that project, which I told her, no, it's not a good idea. So, which goes back to what I told her from the beginning when she wanted to be under me. I said, if you're going to be under me, you must, when I ask you to do something, you must do it. That was in the beginning that I told her this. So as soon as you're offering yourself that you want to be under me, you want me to be your head, you want to be, as soon as you asked that, I was telling her, listen, I'm telling you now. But when I was telling her that, she didn't realize what I was saying because I know that the time will come in the future when she want to do something, I will tell her, don't do it. It's not a good idea. Like in this case, that's me trying to protect her because I know how corrupt Africa is. I know how we are with money. I know, I know it's not a good idea. It's better if you want to do something, you do it yourself. Because if you're sending somebody money to do something for you, the chances that they will not, there's a very good chance that they will not do it the way you want it to be done. So why not save up your money, hold your money, get on the ground, get into a plane, get on the ground and do it yourself. You will actually save money and everything will be done the way you want to be done. That's not a bad advice, but she refused to take it. So you're not about to be around me. You're not about to claim that you are under me when I ask you to do something, you're not going to do it. No, get your stuff and get out. If you don't want me to rule over you, get out. If you come into my ship, you have to understand that I am the captain. If you come into my house, you have to understand that I am the king. I am the ruler, and I will rule over you. If you don't want me to rule over, if you don't want me to rule over you, pack your stuff and get out. I am the ruler, and God made me the ruler. Eventually, she started working on the Sabbath. She started working on the Sabbath. And she called me and said, I am not able to join on the Sabbath. Something like that, because she was working or something or whatever, or her children was going to school on the Sabbath. I think that was the thing. Her children was going to school on the Sabbath, and that's another thing. And I preach against the Western school system. You know that. What are you doing? Are you trying to come and put me in trouble with the Most High? Are you trying to come and tempt me and put me in trouble with God? Is that what you're trying to do? You know I speak against the Western system. You know I speak against their school system. You know that. She tells me that her that her children are going to school on a Sabbath day. I said, okay, I'm going to remove you from the congregation. Whenever you guys are ready to start keeping the Sabbath again, I will add you back. I think, you know, I removed her. Later on, they came back. And then at some point, they stopped joining the congregation again. They stopped joining. I'm telling you this story for a reason. Because I am not about to let you rule over me. I am not about to let a woman rule over me. If you don't like it, get out. You're not about to come here and put me in trouble with the Most High. At some point, they stopped joining the congregation. After about 3 weeks, a month, something like that. So I removed them. And you know, I always tell you, if you stop joining, I will remove you. When you're ready to come back, I will put you back. No question asked. I will never ask you what happened. How did you stop keeping the Sabbath? I'm not going to ask you anything. If you stop joining, I will remove you after some time. Whenever you want to come back, you call me and say, brother, can you add me back? I will add you back. A brother just called me the other day, brother Cliff, and say, can you add me back into the congregation? I say, okay, go to your Skype and I'll add you back. He got his Skype, he contacted me on Skype and I added him back. No question asked. So this sister did not join for some time. There are some people who are still in the congregation, but they no longer join us. Some of them contacted me and they say, brother, because I moved to a different location, because of this reason or that reason, I will no longer be joining as I used to. I'm just letting you know. I said, okay, whenever you're ready to join it, if people talk to me like that, I will leave them in the congregation. I will leave them on Skype that we use for worship. But the sister did not tell me anything. They stopped joining us on the Sabbath day on Skype that we used to meet for worship. So I removed her. So when I removed her, she called me and she started screaming. She started not screaming, but she became upset. She was angry, asking me why I removed her. Why did you remove me from the congregation? Why did you remove me? She was very disrespectful to me, the way I see it, because she was upset that I removed her. She could have just called me and said, brother, I noticed that you removed me from the congregation on Skype. Can you put me back? I will not ask a question. I will say, okay, I'll put you back. But instead of doing that, she called me and started asking why I removed her. She was very upset. She was upset. And that made me angry when I listened to her message. So I yelled at her. I I because that was a challenge that she did there. That was an act of rebellion. And I'm not going to back down. If you rebel against me, I will push you down. You're supposed to be down. See how she's down? See how she's down? Yeah, she's supposed to be over there on her knees. I am not this guy. And I don't want men to be this guy. I don't want men to be like this. She's supposed to be on her knee, moderately dressed, not dressed like a whore. She dressed like a prostitute. So, because she was disrespectful, I was angry. I had to push back because what she did there is to test me. She became upset over rubbish, nonsense. The first thing you do if the brother removes you from the congregation, you don't even know if it was a mistake. The first thing you do is to call the brother and say, hey, brother, I noticed that I tried to join the Skype and I noticed that I was removed. And then you listen to what I'm going to say. If she had called me and say, brother, I noticed you removed me. Is everything okay? I would have said, oh, okay, I'll put you back. Or I would say, well, you did not join for about 3 weeks or a month, so I removed you. But I will put you back because that's what I told you guys. If you stop joining, I will remove you. Whenever you contact me and you say, brother, put me back, I will put you back with no question asked. So, but in this case, she became upset, which I became even more upset. I had to put her down. I had to push her down because she was trying to rise up over me, over rubbish. She was testing me. So that was it. That was one some of the things that I know from that day till today. From that day till today, she she stopped joining the congregation. She's, I don't know where she is, whatever what she's doing. But if she contacts me again and say, brother, I apologize. I'm sorry. I apologize. I shouldn't have done that. Blah blah blah. I'll you know I'll welcome her back. I'll welcome her back. She'll come back and she'll go back to her place. If you say you want me to be your head, you want me to be over you, you want me to lead you, then you have to understand, you have to actually practice it. I will never mislead you. I would never mislead you. If I wanted to mislead her when she contacted me and she wanted to send some money because I was talking about building a community, building a Hebrew community, buying a land and building houses for people that keep the law so that they can have a place to stay and stuff like that. She had me talking about it and she called me. She said, brother, I have some money. I would like to send it to you. If I wanted to take advantage of her, I would have said, yeah, sure, send me the money. But when she offered me that money, I said, no, hold on to your money. Because first of all, I am not even ready to start building that community right now. And I would rather do it with my own money. The reason why I want to do it the reason why I want to do it with my own money is because I understand how people behave. I understand human nature. And I've been dealing with law keepers for years. I have seen people come, they sing praises about me. They talk about how they've never met anybody like me, how they are so blessed, how they're so happy to see me, they're so happy to discover me, how they are so this and they're so that. But eventually the same person will then turn around and say, oh, he's a false teacher. Or the same person will backslide and stop keeping the law. So I do not want to, it is not I wouldn't want to take money from people to build community. Tomorrow, one of those people that contributed money will then backslide and stop keeping the Sabbath. You have a community of law keepers, a community where the gate is closed on a Sabbath day, where everything is shut down on a Sabbath day. What happens if we have one of the people there, one person there who decided to watch a video on YouTube and saw a video that said that Sabbath is not according to the moon, and then he or she will believe that video and decide to stop keeping the Sabbath. But because we're already living together on a Sabbath day, he or she is blasting music, doing things they're not supposed to do on the Sabbath. Before you realize it, you will start going to the worldly court with that person. Because if you try to kick them out, they're not going to go because they contributed money to build that community. So I would rather not do that. I would rather build a community with my own money. So the day that you choose to backslide and stop keeping the law, we will throw you out. This is a journey. This is a way of life. This is something this is not a religion. This is something you live. It's a way of life. It's a relationship with the Most High. Sometimes people choose to stop living that way. People choose to stop keeping the law. They get tired and they don't want to do it anymore. Okay, no problem. The day you get tired, pack your stuff and get out. I don't want to start filing papers or you filing papers, me being invited in court so that we can, because you contributed money. No. Can anybody say, oh, I feel so bad because of all the tithes and offering that I've been paying every week. Every week I pay tithe and offering, or every month I pay tithe and offering. That's why it's so painful for me to leave that congregation. You can't say that because I do not collect tithe and offering from you every month. So it's I told you this story because I am not one that allow if you if you challenge me, I'm going to push back, and I will push back and I will push you down where you're supposed to be. If you don't want to be down there, then get up and walk away. Go and deal with the man who wants to be down and you up. Go and deal with people that wants to be down and you up. Eventually you're going to hate them because they are weak. You're going to begin to gravitate towards real men of the Most High. Because as men and women, you need a man. It's not just for marriage. You need a man not just for marriage. You may not know it yet. Isaiah chapter 4. You may not know it yet, but eventually you will. Eventually you will. You see, Isaiah chapter 4 may not make sense to some of you. It may not make sense. A sister called me maybe about a month or two ago because of what she had me say about men and women and needing a covering, or you being under a man. She was particularly interested when I say that God does not deal with women. When I say that the Most High does not deal with women, that was what interested her. What do I mean by that? That God does not, yeah, God does not deal with women. He does not. You must be represented by a man. A man must represent you. I'm not going to go into that right now in full, but because I've already talked about it, somebody watching this video might want to hear a little bit more what I mean. You must be represented by a man. As a woman, a man must represent you. You're not going to be able to walk up to the Most High um, and represent yourself, because from the beginning, Adam was supposed to represent Eve. The Most High deals with the men. The Most High holds the men responsible. In Revelation chapter 2, Revelation chapter 2, the woman that was teaching there, you notice that Christ did not confront her. The woman that he called Jezebel. Do you notice that that woman was teaching men? And Christ was accusing the men in that congregation, asking them, why do they allow her to teach? Christ did not confront her because Christ has no business with her. Because she has, the men in the congregation supposed to represent her. That was the reason why when that woman asked for salvation, when she asked for salvation in John chapter 4, Christ said, go call your husband. Go and call your husband. Go and call your husband. Because when we talk about salvational issue, you need an advocate. You need a man to represent you. I understand that the Gentiles have taught you the opposite of this. And because of the way, because you were born and raised in a Gentile system, you wouldn't understand what I'm talking about. And Satan doesn't want you to understand what I'm talking about. Satan wants you to continue to have an independent mindset. Satan wants you to continue to have an independent mindset. This is a prophecy, future prophecy. Isaiah chapter 4. Isaiah chapter 4. Isaiah chapter 4. It says, in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own food. You do realize that usually a man is supposed to provide food to the woman, right? The man is the provider, the protector. The man is supposed to provide for the woman. But the Most High is telling you that in the future, in the future, in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man. And this is a continuation from chapter 3. So I'm not reading this thing out of context. This started from chapter 3 when the Most High is talking about the talking about Israelite, how everything is out of order, and how things are going to be restored in the future. In that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread, our own food, and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by your name to take away our reproach. We just want to answer your name. You know, like when a man marries a woman, she starts answering the man's name. Reproach. Address someone in such a way as to express disapproval or disappointment. You know that isn't true. He reproached her. So they will say what they are interested is his name. His name. We just want to answer your name. So Yeshua, Christ, Yahushua, Yahushua. Isaiah, Hezekiah, Nehemiah, Jeremiah. Hallelujah. Second Chronicles 7:14. Second Chronicles 7:14. Second Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name, if my people who are called by my name, why do we answer God's name? Because we belong to Him. We are trying to identify with Him. We are with Him. We belong to Him. I belong to Him. I don't own myself. He owns me. That's why in the Americas, you see the so-called black people answering the name Smith. All these slave names, slave master's name that people are still answering till today. Those names was given to you. That's why when the Babylonians took Israel as slaves, when the Babylonians took Israelite as slaves, as you see in Daniel chapter 1, Daniel chapter 1, one of the first things that the Israelite did, or the Babylonians did, is to change the names of the Israelite. The Babylonians, the king of Babylon, changed the names of Israelite. He changed their name and gave them a Babylonian name. He gave them a Babylonian name. So when a man marries a woman, she begins to answer his name. Because whose name you answer is who you belong to. They own you. We belong to the Most High. That's why we answer his name, Yah. Nehemiah, Hezekiah, Jeremiah, Isaiah. When the Babylonians took Israel as slaves and immediately changed their name, as you see in Daniel chapter 1, they are exerting authority over the Israelite by giving Babylonian names on the Israelite. When the Europeans took your ancestors as slaves and took them towards the Americas, your ancestors had a name, but their names were changed and they were given European names. The Europeans also came to Africa and deceived us, using baptism to deceive us into accepting Western names. Whose name you answer is who you belong to. So we see that here, women are going to, all they want from a man, please, let's answer your name. Let's belong to you. That was what that sister was doing when she contacted me, when she wanted to be under me, and I gave her the condition. If you're going to be under me, then I'm going to rule over you. I'm going to rule over you. This has nothing to do with sex. This has nothing to do with sex. It's that you need a representative and a man has to represent you. Most women don't understand this, but they will understand this the hard way. They will understand this the hard way. By the time you will understand this, it will be too late. By the time you realize it, it will be too late for you. You are going to be thinking that on the judgment day, you will stand in front of the Most High and you will represent yourself. You will be disappointed. So you can go ahead and continue to have that gentle mentality of independent and all that stuff. John 19. John 19. You see what happened here when Christ was on the cross. When he was on the cross, John 19:25. Now there stood by the cross of Yeshua his mother and his mother's sister, Mary, the wife of Clophas, and Mary Magdalene. Verse 26. When Yeshua therefore saw his mother and the disciple whom he loved standing by, he said to his mother, Woman, behold your son. Then he said to the disciple, Behold your mother. And from that hour, that disciple took her to his own home. That disciple took Christ's mother to his own home. Do you understand what this is saying? Do you understand what this is saying? Christ was on the cross. He knows he's about to die. He looked and saw one of his disciples. He told his mother, follow him. That's basically what he did. His mother packed her stuff and went and stayed with this man. This has nothing to do with sex. This is part of our culture, a culture that a woman is never by herself. She needs a representative. Like as I've explained in the past, why do you think Hannah was praying and praying and praying and praying for years? For years, Hannah seeked for a child. Hannah was looking for a child for years. She never got a child. But as soon as Eli prayed for her, she became pregnant. So what happened? Why is it that as soon as a man prayed for her, she became pregnant? Western culture and Western ideology has blinded your mind and you will not even understand what I'm talking about. As I'm saying all this, all you're thinking is, damn, he hates women. Yeah, I hate you, of course. I hate you. Some of you are just, you don't understand what I'm even talking about. I'm talking about something that will help you. Why do you think Hannah was praying all this time and her prayer was not answered? As soon as a man prayed for her, she became pregnant. What happened? Was the Most High asleep? And then Eli prayed for her at the right time when the Most High was awake to hear his prayer? Simply being in a congregation. If you join a congregation, you humble yourself under the men in that congregation, you're fine. You don't need to pack your bag and go start living with some random man just because you want someone to represent you. No, you don't need to do that. Because the reality of the matter is that most men are not righteous. Most men are not righteous. You will not be able to practice something biblical with someone who is not righteous. So don't you make a mistake of looking for some random man and you're thinking that, oh, can you be my covering? Like I always tell you, before you realize it, he will start having sex with you. By the time you realize what you're doing, he will be coming down from on top of you. That's when you become like clear into your eyes. Like you snap out of it and you realize you've just made a huge mistake. So you don't need to move in with a man and live with him in order for him to be your head. You don't need to move in with a man and live with him. Find a congregation, join a congregation, join them for worship, and let the men in that congregation be your leaders or your leader. And a righteous man is supposed to be your leader, not an unrighteous man, as we see here in John 19. Christ chose the disciple that he loved. Matthew 26. When Yeshua therefore saw his mother and the disciple whom he loved standing by, Christ was a hardcore lawkeeper. Christ was hardcore when it comes to keeping the law. Christ will never like a man who is weak when it comes to keeping the law. Christ will only associate himself with men who are radical when it comes to the law. Because when a man is radical when it comes to the law, when a man is hardcore when it comes to keeping the law, he's less likely to sin. He's less likely to sin. A woman, the most beautiful woman in the world, can take off her clothes, take off all her clothes. He is not going to be moved to lay with her. So a man who is righteous, who is keeping the law, is going to have self-control. They will never make you to sin. They will never cause you to sin. They will never seduce you. But if you go start seeking a man just because he's saying hallelujah, the Lord is good, because you think that he's righteous, or you think that he is showing some kind of godliness, okay? He is showing some kind of godliness, and then you start talking to him and you want him to be your head or whatever you are. Before you realize it, that man will begin to seduce you because he's not righteous. He doesn't even understand what you're talking about. There's a lot of men like that they love hearing the word of the Most High. They love hearing about God. They love talking about God, but they find it difficult to practice what they're hearing. The bottom line is that, again, if you're part of a congregation, if you think of Hannah in Luke chapter 2, when I speak, I try to give you example. When I speak, I try to give you biblical example. Hannah, 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 or Anna in Luke chapter 2, the widow. She lived and walked in the temple of the Most High. The high priest over there is her covering. She submits herself to the high priest, to the Levite. The Levites are her covering. She's under the Levite. If she is in that temple and she's being rebellious and disobedient to them, they will throw her out. They will throw out a man, not to mention a woman. So as she's over there, she's under their leadership. Same thing with Deborah. People talk about, oh, Deborah, 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 Deborah. People only read Judges chapter 4, but they don't read Judges chapter 5. Because if you read Judges chapter 5, you see that in Judges chapter 5, the men of Israel, they eventually got back to their senses. They finally repented and they started keeping the law again. And Deborah was so happy. Deborah was dancing. Deborah was dancing and was so happy because the men of Israel manned up. They repented and they got back to the driver's seat. They got back to ruling Israel. They got back to being the leaders. And Deborah was she was very, very happy. And she even said it. But people that want to promote feminism among the God's people, they always quote Judges chapter 4, but they never quote Judges chapter 5. They never go to the part where Deborah was happy that the Israelites repented. She was dancing and she was saying some stuff. Look at what it says here. This is Deborah singing. That's Deborah singing. She was celebrating that the men of Israel is now back again. When the men, you see, in Judges chapter 4, the men of Israel was in disarray. The men of Israel was weak. They were all bunch of liars. People did not trust them. People did not want to go to them to resolve their cases because they were all corrupt. The elders of Israel was corrupt. They were corrupt. So people of Israel did not trust them to take their cases to them. Because if you and I have a problem and we go to the elders, I can bribe them. I can bribe them to rule in my favor. So nobody wants to go do that. So there was a huge vacuum of righteous men to lead the people. When the Most High told the men what to do, they said that they will not go unless Deborah followed them. A righteous man will never say that. I'm not going to go and do what God wants me to do unless a woman follow me. That's a weak man. That was the state of Israel during the time of Deborah. But eventually the men repented. The men repented. And what do you have? Look at chapter 5. Deborah started singing. Then Deborah and Barak, the son of Abinom, sang on that day. Verse 2. When leaders of Israel, when leaders lead in Israel, these people who are promoting feminism among the Hebrew Israelites and among Christians, they will tell you, oh, Deborah was a judge. Deborah was a judge. They're trying to promote a certain agenda that is destructive for the family. When leaders lead in Israel, when the people willingly offer themselves, bless Yah, they're singing this song. Look at what Deborah said in verse 9. My heart is with the rulers of Israel who offered themselves willingly with the people. Bless Yah. So what's going on? Is she ruling Israel and they ruling Israel at the same time? No. The time that people started going to Deborah because they had cases, they had problems, people that have land issue, people had family issue, all those, they were supposed to go to the elder. They were supposed to go to the elder, as you see in Proverbs chapter 31. Proverbs 31, it talks about that man that goes out to the gate with the other elders to judge Israel, like you see in Deuteronomy 22, from verse 13 to 21, when the Most High talked about when you marry a woman and you have sex with her, and then you realize that she's not a virgin, you're supposed to go to the elders and tell them that you married this girl and you laid with her and she's not a virgin. And the elders will investigate that case. And if it's truly true that she was not a virgin, she lost her virginity in her father's house, the elders are supposed to condemn her and she will be put to death. She will be put to death for losing her virginity before getting married. That is the job of the elder. But the elders became wicked and corrupt, and people did not trust them anymore. That was why they started going to Deborah. But Deborah was very hesitant. But as soon as the men of Israel repented, look at how Deborah was so happy, dancing and celebrating, because she was a righteous woman. That's what I was telling you earlier. I was telling you earlier that a righteous woman will never want to lead a man. If you try to get a righteous woman to rule over you, she will hate you. She will hate you. Why would she hate you? Because she is like you're about to put her in trouble. She will see you as an enemy, as an agent of Satan, because she's a righteous woman and she knows that a man is supposed to rule over her. Genesis 3:16. Genesis 3:16. She knows that a man is supposed to rule over her. So if you are a weak man and you want her to rule over you, she will run. She sees you as an enemy. Just like me, I hate women that want to rule over me. I see them as an enemy. Because I'm not about to make the same mistake that uh, Adam made in the Garden of Eden. Adam was a weak man. Adam was weak. And the Most High hated that. How can I create someone for you to serve you? Someone that belongs to you. Someone you're supposed to lead and guide to do the right thing. You sit over there and let her tell you what to do and lead you wrong. So Deborah was very hesitant. Deborah was extremely hesitant. If you read Judges chapter 4, what did she say to that man? The man that said that he doesn't want to. He said that he will not go. The man said, I will not go on the message that God sent me, unless if you go with me. That's what he said. And Deborah was like, shame on you. Look at you. You are going to sit over there and let a woman take your glory. Deborah told her, are you going to sit here and watch a woman take your glory? Look at the chapter 1. Look at chapter 4, verse 1. Judges chapter 4. Judges chapter 4. When Ehud was dead, the children of Israel again did evil in the sight of Yah. So Yah sold them into the hands of Yabin, the king of Canaan, who reigned in Hazor. So the Most High was not with Israel at the beginning time of Deborah. Israel was in disarray. The men were wicked and weak. The men of Israel was wicked and evil. The leaders, the rulers of Israel was wicked and weak. The people of the land was not interested anymore in going to these lying men, these wicked men that are extremely corrupt. They were corrupt. So if you have case and you're fighting with your neighbor and your neighbor is stealing your land, and you go to these men, if your neighbor bribes them, they will rule in favor of your neighbor. Not because your neighbor is right, but because your neighbor gave them money. And the people stopped going to them. They now saw that there was a woman by the name of Deborah. People would rather go to her. Let's go to her and see. Like the same thing that happened with Solomon. If you remember, the woman that stole a baby, her baby died and she stole another woman's baby. And they went to Solomon. They went to Solomon. Solomon said, okay, let's bring a knife and cut the baby in two. I'll give you one part of the baby and I'll give you one part of the baby. And then the real mother of that woman, of the baby, the real mother of the baby started crying and said, no, please, don't cut the baby. The other woman agreed. The other woman actually agreed that the baby should be cut in two. But if you cut the baby in two, then the baby will die. If you cut the baby in two, the baby is going to die. So if you're really the mother of that baby, why would you want the baby to die? So Solomon used wisdom and the truth came out. The woman that started crying and said, no, please, just give her the baby. It's okay. When the baby grows up, the baby will find out who the real parents is. And Solomon knew that this is the right woman. What Solomon was doing there is judging. He judged their case. He judged their case. That was what the men of Israel were supposed to do. But because they became corrupt, when they became corrupt, would you expect people of the land to keep going to them? Would you go to them yourself, knowing fully well that they're going to take bribe from your neighbor and rule against you? People simply felt that Deborah was an honest woman. They started going to her, but she was very hesitant. She was hesitant. She was very, very hesitant to. She was very hesitant to be leading or to have any kind of authority because she was a married woman too. She has a husband. These wicked Western feminists who are using Deborah as an example. In the Hebrew Israel community, you have a lot of feminists who pretend to keep the law. Look at what when she told the man, the Most High told you to go and do this. And he said, and Barak said to her, if you will go with me, then I will go. But if you will not go with me, I will not go. Verse 9, Judges chapter 4, verse 9. So she said, I will surely go with you. Nevertheless, there will be no glory for you in the journey. You are taking, there will be no glory for you in the journey you are taking. For Yah will sell Sisera into the hand of a woman. Do you understand what she was saying here? No problem. I will go with you. But there will not be any glory to you. The Most High is going to sell Sisera into the hand of a woman. Why is she saying this if it's normal? Why is she pointing this out? Because it is not normal for God to deliver a kingdom into the hand of a woman. It's not normal. It's like, let me give you an example. It's like saying that a little girl beat a grown man up. Can you imagine like a man who is like 6 foot tall with a bunch of muscles? He has a bunch of muscles and he looked tough and a little 15 years old girl beat him up, like no joke, like for real, no joke. This girl beat the hell out of him. You will never forget that in your life, because it's not normal. It's not normal for a little 15 years old girl to beat this man, like beat the hell out of this man. That's not normal. You're like, wait a minute, what about all those muzzles? You don't expect to see that. People will say, oh, a girl beat him up, or a woman beat him up. So that's what she's talking about here. That's what she was saying. Look at what the answer that he gave. I will not go unless if you go with me, because he was scared. This does this sound to you like a righteous man, Barak? Does Barak sound to you like a righteous man? And these are people who are leading Israel. That was the state of Israel. That was the state of Israel during the time of Deborah. But bunch of feminists who have come into Hebrew community, wearing their veil and pretending to be righteous, they will quote Deborah. What about Deborah? What about Deborah? What about Deborah? Women that want to teach the Bible, they want to preach, they want to teach, they will say, what about Deborah? Look at the word of Deborah. If you translate what she is saying here, so she said, I will surely go with you. Nevertheless, there will be no glory for you in the journey you are taking, because he was supposed to get the glory. He was supposed to go down in history as the man who the Most High delivered Sisera into his hand. And that is normal. That sounds good. But to say that the Most High delivered Sisera into the hand of a woman, that is not normal in the Hebrew culture. Because normally, women does not lead an army. Women don't lead the army of Israel. And no righteous man will ever be around and watch that happen, because that is against the will of the Most High. So what she's saying here is that there will not be any glory for you. For Yahweh will sell Sisera into the hand of a woman. Then Deborah arose and went with Barak to Kadesh. And Barak called Zebulun, Naphtali to Kadesh. He went up with 10,000 men under his command. Deborah went up with him. It's these are men like this right here. Men like this. And you see that if you now go to chapter, eventually there was good news. The good news is that eventually the men repented. The men repented and went back to their normal position. And that was why Deborah was so happy. She was so happy when the men repented. And she made a confession here. She spoke out of joy. Out of the joy of her heart, she spoke out, saying that she was very happy. Judges chapter 5 verse 9. As she was dancing and celebrating, she said, my heart is with the rulers of Israel. My heart is with the rulers of Israel, because now the rulers of Israel are back. Remember that in the beginning in chapter 4, in Judges chapter 4, we see that Israel did evil in the sight of the Most High. So the Most High turned his back on them and all hell broke loose. But when Israelites repented, everything went back to normal. And you see Deborah here declaring her submission, declaring who she's following. My heart is with the rulers of Israel. She's describing people. She is describing people. And she's not one of them because she's talking about her heart is with the rulers, those that she's following. My heart is with the rulers of Israel who offer themselves willingly with the people. Bless Yah. So that's the situation with Deborah. Deborah was not some feminist. Deborah was not from some hardcore queen. She wasn't a queen. She wasn't ruling Israel. That's not the case. Deborah declared her submission to the men of Israel. Deborah declared her submission to the men of Israel. She was very happy when the men repented and started leading again. And she declared it. She said, my heart is with the rulers of Israel. My heart is with the rulers of Israel. So she agrees with them. She's following them. Her heart is with them. She's not against them. She's not going to go against them. Her heart is with them. She's under them. She's following them. Deborah was not ruling Israel. Deborah did not rule Israel. Deborah submitted to the men of Israel. And that is just the truth. But you're not going to see that if you only read chapter 4. You have to read chapter 5. All praises to our Heavenly Father. So if we come back to this, I talked about your son, your grandson, and I talked about the academy, the school that I'm starting for the men, is to be able to teach them stuff like this, to teach them things like this so that they can understand these things and be able to act properly and learn how to train their wives. If your son is going to marry a girl, your son has to train that girl. Nobody is perfect, okay? I'm not saying that your son or that you have to marry a perfect woman. No. Nobody is like you a woman is like a cell phone. When you buy a cell phone, when you buy it, you begin to install the apps that you want, the apps that you're going to use. You program that cell phone the way you want. If I give you my phone right now, there are some apps that I have that will be useless to you. But those apps are very useful for me, but it's useless to you. If you give me your phone, there are some apps that you have that will be useless to me, but they're useful to you. So when you marry a woman, you're supposed to train her in the way that you want her to go. That's why you see the law in Deuteronomy chapter 30 about vows. Deuteronomy or Numbers chapter 30. Deuteronomy 30 is talking about us going back to the commandment while we are in a foreign land. Numbers chapter 30, talking about vow of the Nazarene, or talking about when a woman takes a vow, not vow of Nazarene. Numbers chapter 6 is the vow. Numbers chapter 6 is the vow of the Nazarene. Numbers 6. Numbers 30 is about general vow. When a woman takes a vow and her father hears it, her father can annul it, her father can cancel the vow. Or if she has a husband, her husband can cancel it. Before she makes a decision, her husband will, she will inquire from her husband. I'm talking about tough decision. I'm not talking about decision of what to wear. No. Or like, the kind of color to wear. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Or the time of the day to eat. No, she doesn't need to, consult her husband on the time of the day to eat. No, not minor stuff like that. I'm talking about tough decision. Tough decision. She's supposed to consult her husband or seek the approval of her husband, as you see in Numbers chapter 30. Her husband has to approve those big decisions. So, but these are things that men don't know. Men don't know these things. How do you expect to succeed if you don't know these things? But again, some of you might think, brother, this is not necessary. All the stuff you're saying is not necessary. It doesn't matter. No, it does matter. It might not matter to you. It does matter. Because he is the one that always supposed to stand on his feet and lead. If he doesn't lead, his father, his mother will be vulnerable, because some of the responsibility that he is supposed to offer to his father, to his mother, he will no longer offer those things. He will no longer do it. Why? Because she is manipulating him. She is controlling him. And he will no longer be able to carry out his responsibilities towards his father and towards his mother. And one of the wicked things that they have taught us today is that, oh, once you marry a wife, you've now focused on your wife. You don't have to, you don't focus on your mom anymore. You don't focus on your dad anymore. That's a lie. That's rubbish. You are obligated to take care of your father and your mom as long as they are alive. But young people are no longer being taught these things. They are being taught, they've been educated this way. Again, that's the whole point of the academy. That's the kind of things, teaching the men on how to train their wives. You have to train her on how to dress. You have to train her on certain things. And if she doesn't want to be trained, throw her out. Because you don't marry her until you start training her. So no sex. You cannot have sex with her until you marry her. No sex. If she don't want to be trained, throw her out. If she's not coming in to serve you, if she's not going to agree to serve you, if she's not going to submit and serve you, like when you go to the restaurant, right? When you go to the restaurant, you sit down, right? You go to the restaurant and you sit down, and somebody will come, a waiter will come and serve you and bring you something to eat. They're serving you. When you're done, you pay them, right? So a woman is supposed to serve the husband while the husband is providing for the woman. So sex does not happen. Stuff like this does not happen until you marry her. You train her, you make her understand these things, and if she doesn't want you, let her go. That is why you don't have sex with her, because the Most High doesn't want you to. The Most High only wants you to have sex with her when she becomes your wife. You have to teach her how to dress. A lot of other things, including one that her parents taught her. Her parents is supposed to already teach her some things, according to Titus chapter 2. So these are reasons why I say don't marry an educated woman, because it's not going to work. An educated woman with PhD and master's degree and works for a big company is not going to get on her knees in front of the public. She's not going to do it. She's not going to do it. And if she's not going to get on her knees and do this, you must do this. When you're marrying a woman, you have to do this. If she's not going to submit to you in public, I think it was Pastor Dal. Some of you might know Pastor Dal. Pastor Dal, who is not Igbo, although he's Igbo, like if you go back in his history. Pastor Dal, he does stuff like this. Sometimes he calls his wife. He say, get on your knees. And she'll get on her knees. Do you think that she cannot say no? She can say no. That's another thing too that I'm going to get into some other time. Because when a woman submits to you, it's because she wants to. You cannot force a woman to submit to you. This is some of the things that the men are going to learn. You're going to learn. You never force a woman to submit to you. She has to be willingly, she has to decide to do it. The Most High does not force us to submit. He doesn't force us. Because when you force someone to submit to you, that's a fake submission. A woman has to decide to do it. She has to choose to. Never ever force someone to submit to you. Except for your children. Your children is different. Because a child, at some age, when they are at a certain age, when they are at a certain age, I think somebody is waiting for me to tell them to mute their mic. Okay, keep waiting. Next, I'm going to remove you. I don't know who that is, but keep waiting. So you don't force anybody to do anything. You don't force anybody to do anything. Except for your children. When they are young, you have to force them to wear their fringes. When they are young, you have to force them to do certain things, right? Because they're still young. Or when they get to a certain age, you're going to have to let them make their own decision. You cannot force anybody to worship the Most High, because the Most High himself doesn't force us. That is why he abandoned us right now. He abandoned us, as you can see in Hosea 5:15. He turned his back away. He left. And he said in Deuteronomy chapter 30 that if we come back to him, we have to willingly submit to him. Listen, I can lie, I can commit adultery, I can break the Sabbath, I can if I want to, but I choose not to. I choose to submit to the Most High. The Most High can force me to do something. Like he made Pharaoh. He hardened the heart of Pharaoh. The Most High can force you to obey his commandment, but he's not going to force you. Because when he forces you, then it becomes fake. It's a fake submission. The Most High doesn't want robots. He doesn't want robots. So never force a woman to submit to you. A woman who is a righteous woman that understands the will of God, she will be more than happy to do it. She will be more than happy to, because she understands what's going on. She understands that this is the will of God. So these are the kind of things I'm going to be showing you guys in the academy, in the men's academy that I'm starting. When you join it, these are the kind of things you're going to be learning. When you understand these things and you apply it, you're going to have a better life. And you're not going to have stress and be stressed out. Stressed out. Completely stressed out. It's very difficult dealing with a Western woman. Modern women. It's difficult. That's why I say don't marry them. Do not marry them. She's not going to submit to the Most High. She's not going to submit to you. Always arguing, always fighting. Don't. Don't deal with that. I tell people, go inside the village. Go deep inside the village and go find a wife. Like as I said before, somebody is going to say, well, brother, what about all the Hebrew sisters? What about all the Hebrew sisters? Well, why don't you let your son marry them? Go talk to your cousin or your nephew or your grandson to marry those modern Western women. Who's going to marry them? Who's going to marry them? Let your son go and marry them. Okay? So they can keep arguing every day. No, I'm not going to let a righteous man or a righteous boy marry a woman who doesn't want to be submissive, who doesn't want to follow the laws of the Most High, who is going to go on YouTube. She's going to watch a video on YouTube and she's going to see somebody saying that we don't want to wear we don't have to wear fringes. She's going to see a video that say that we don't have to wear fringes. She's going to watch the video and then your son will come back and then she will tell your son that actually we don't have to wear fringes anymore because we're in captivity. We're not in our land. And then your son will say, no, we have to wear fringes. And then she will start arguing. Next thing you know, she will stop wearing fringes. But then your son cannot do anything because your son has already married her. Your son cannot put her out. A submissive woman will stand by her husband. That's why Deborah told you that her heart is with the rulers of Israel. A submissive woman will stand by her husband, even when she doesn't understand what is going on. If her husband says that this is right, she will stand on that. She will follow that. Even if she's not even sure. She's not even sure whether this is right or not. Because her husband said so, she will stand on it. Would you like me to give you scripture? Would you like me to give you scripture? Because I can give you Genesis with Jacob and his wives. When Laban was jealous of Jacob. When Laban was jealous of Jacob, and Jacob became worried that this man might kill him. Jacob was becoming successful in his agriculture business that they were doing together. And Jacob was worried that his father-in-law might put him to death. His father-in-law might kill him to take his stuff. So Jacob got an opportunity. When Laban decided to travel, Laban went on a journey. Jacob grabbed that opportunity. He took the opportunity to run away before this man will kill him. He was suspecting that his father-in-law might want to kill him. Jacob told his wives, pack your things, let's go. If you read in the book of Jubilee, the Bible tells you that they quickly started packing their things. They turned on their father. This is a man that gave birth to them, a man that produced them. But when their father and their husband started having problems, they took side with their husband. They sided with their husband. They sided with their husband. And it goes back with that sperm thing, the sperm that I was telling you, DNA. That's why the Bible tells you that the two becomes one. When a man marries the woman, the two becomes one. The more you have sex with her, the more she becomes like you. The less argument you're going to have. The more you live together, the stronger you become. The more you live together and have sex, the stronger you become. Whatever you want to do also becomes her desire. If you want to do something and you tell her, she will understand it because she's taking on your DNA. The same thing that you put inside of her, that will become a baby. When you put your sperm in her and it becomes a baby, some of those things remains in her body and goes and alters her own DNA. And she will slowly begin to think like you. She will slowly begin to reason like you. Leah was a virgin. Rachel was a virgin. Go back and read your Bible. Genesis 28 and 29. Jacob started having sex with them. No other man had ever laid with them. As he was having sex with them, they were slowly becoming like him. So when he was having problem with their father, they took side. They sided with him. When he told them, pack your things, let's go, they started grabbing their things. They packed their things. One of them took their father's idol. One of them took her father's idol and put it on her underwear. They followed their husband to leave. If it was in 2021 or 2022, if it's a modern woman, you tell her, pack your things. We're moving from this city to a different city. She will turn around and look at you. She'll be like, what? Where are we going? What are we going to do over there? What are we going to do over there? Where are we going to? You have to explain to her why you are living, where you are going, what you're going to do over there. You have to explain all these things to her. I'm talking about a modern woman. And then after you explain all these things to her, she will not, that's when the argument will now start. Every one of these points you explain to her, she will now question you and argue with you on one of those. And before you know it, your enemy will come back and kill you. You will stand over there arguing with her for days, and your enemy that you're trying to run away from will come back and kill you. That's the danger of dealing with a rebellious modern day woman. It's dangerous. You guys don't understand why I do this. People suffer when you deal with a rebellious woman. People suffer, like the mother of the young man and the father of the young man. They suffer in pain and in silence. They know they've lost their son in the hands of a little whore who doesn't know what they went through to raise this. She would just come out of nowhere and take their son away. And we'll all keep quiet and keep smiling as if everything is okay. Well, what did the Bible say? Right here. A godless wife is given as a portion to a lawless man. A godless wife is given as a portion to a lawless man. But a pious wife is given to the man who fears Yah, who fears the Lord. That is why you have to train your son to be righteous. You have to train your son to be righteous. Because if your son is righteous, your son is going to marry a docile, submissive, quiet woman who chooses to be righteous, who has some shame. She has some shame. She looks down. Your modern woman don't look up. She's always looking up. She doesn't look down. Her eyes is always open. She's always looking up and looking around. She's always looking for a reason to talk. Her mouth is wide open. That's why they call them loud mouth. She's always ready for a fight. She's always ready to argue. You can't tell her nothing. She has no shame. She has no shame. Looking down like this is an act of being shy. A woman is supposed to be shy. If you're shy, you're not going to be showing your ass in public, wearing stuff like this. So these are the things that people need to understand. I will continue to talk until they put me inside my grave because it will be wicked for me to keep quiet. We get to have situations like this because you did not teach your son. That's why I keep shouting. Get your son out of that school system. Remove them there and teach them the law. Teach your son the law. Teach your son the law. Because if you don't teach your son the law, if you do not teach your son the law of the Most High, if your son do not, if you come in, mute your mic. I don't know who is doing this, but if I go back to Skype, I'm going to remove you. Don't make me expose everybody's information because you don't know how to mute your mic and interrupting me in what I'm saying. So the need to teach your son. If you don't teach your son to keep the law, if you don't educate, if you don't get him out of that school system, if you don't raise him righteously, if you do not raise your son righteously, because if you raise him righteously, he will never do this. Your son will rather choose to die by himself than to get on his knees and propose to a woman. He will never do it, which is good. That's good. Your son will want a woman to declare her submission in public. Your son will never take nonsense or let anybody come anywhere and disrespect you, the father or the mother. But if you don't teach your son the law, you keep fooling around and keep sending them to school. Your son is over there experimenting with marijuana, experimenting with drugs. Your son is over there having sex with these little whores in those schools, these girls with short skirts and mini skirts. Your son is taking them to the toilet and having sex with them. Your son is defiling himself. Sirach 26:23 is waiting for you and your son. There are a lot of people who are suffering today who deserve to suffer. There's a lot of people who are suffering today, they deserve to suffer. Sirach 26:23 is waiting for you and your son or your grandson, or you for that matter, you demand. This scripture is waiting for you. It will fulfill in your head. This scripture will come to pass on your head. There is a wicked woman somewhere waiting for your son to be his wife. There is a wicked girl, a whore, a girl that have gone to college, sharing her body. All kinds of men have laid with her. Sometimes she goes to a party in college, she gets drunk, or sometimes they will put something in her drink in that party, she passes out. All kinds of men will lay with her. She's defiled. She's defiled in every angle. That girl is waiting for your son to be your son's wife. And eventually your son will get on his knee and propose to her. That girl is laden with all kinds of sperm from different kind of men. The sperm of an Indian man is inside her. The sperm of a Chinese man is inside her. The sperm of all kinds of men have laid with her. Their DNA is all inside her. That's why she's acting crazy. That's why she can't sit still. That's why she's always looking to fight, always arguing, always dressing like a whore. She has a husband, but she's still advertising her body. A woman like that is waiting for your son because you did not teach your son the law. And your son will marry her and bring her into the house. In the sight of the Most High, she is not your son's wife because she's defiled. She's no longer a virgin. And she's riddled with all kinds of sperm from different types of men that she met in college. And you don't understand why I keep telling you, don't marry a college-educated woman, a woman that has bachelor's, master's degree, PhD. There was a documentary I told you about on YouTube about polygamy in London. And they featured a woman that went from one of those Islamic countries. She went to London to do her PhD. She was already in her PhD program. It might take me time to find that video and show it to you. It might take me some time. This woman is already doing her PhD program. She was already on it. She quit. There was a man that wanted to marry her. She quit that thing. She came out of that program. This man already had like 2 wives already. As soon as I watched this, I went to the comment section. I went down to the comment section in that video on YouTube. And people, of course, like as I expected, people were talking about her. Oh, she is stupid. She is this. They were saying stuff about her like she's dumb. Who does that? How can she put her career? How can she leave her education? How can she leave her PhD to go and marry this man and be the third wife or whatever, or the fourth wife, or the third wife? In the eyes of people, she was dumb, but she wasn't dumb. She became this man's wife. She started having kids. The man started a business. They were doing like an online business or stuff. They were selling stuff online. It's not good to marry these educated women because they practice, they've gone through all kinds of abomination in that college. They've gone through it. They are no longer virgins. They are polluted and defiled. And second of all, it's not even good for her to be walking outside of home. Okay. This is, you people, you like to say that this is modern day. When I speak, when someone like me talks, people will say, brother, I understand what you're saying, but you have to understand that this is a modern day. We can't do those things anymore. All this stuff you're saying, we can no longer. People tell me stuff like this. People will tell me, well, this is modern day. I understand what you're saying. You're right, but we cannot do those things right now because we live in a modern day. Okay, you live in a modern day. Well, take advantage of the modern day. Your wife doesn't have to have a job outside of your house. There are many other things you can start. But I highly and absolutely discourage men, righteous men, of course, I'm talking to righteous men. Okay? Everything I tell righteous men, I tell the opposite to the unrighteous men. So I would like you see, if you are not keeping God's law, I would like you to get on your knees and propose to a woman. And I would like you not to train your wife. Let her dress however she wants to dress and let her do whatever she wants to do. That's what I want. Because I know that I know that your marriage is going to be a joke. Your marriage will be a joke. Eventually you're going to get divorced. Eventually. Or even when you stay together, I guarantee you she's having sex outside. She's having sex with other men. I know because I came from that side of the world. I know because I came from that side of the world. I used to be there. There are women, there's a lot of women who are living with their husband, but they still they still have high respect. They still they respect another man outside more than they respect their husband because their husband is weak. So you don't understand that Satan is scamming you. Satan have deceived you by making you to deceiving you into being weak. When you are weak, a woman will hate you. Eventually, she is going to hate you. She's going to despise you. Your weakness is going to be a turn off for her. When she sees a strong man, a man that will put her in her place, a man that will yell at her when she's wrong, a man that will correct her when she's wrong, a man that will not take nonsense from her, she will appreciate it. And for those who are not keeping the law, those who are outside, oftentimes she will start having sex with that man. This happens. It happens. And that is the danger of being weak. The same person who is challenging you and trying the same woman that wants you to be weak will eventually despise you for being weak. So everything I tell righteous men to do, I want unrighteous men to do the opposite, because like it says here in Sirach, a godless wife is given to a as a portion to a man, to a lawless man. If you are a lawless man, then of course I don't want any woman to submit to you. No, 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 no. If you are a lawless man, if you refuse to keep God's law, I want you to go out there, find yourself a well-educated woman, a woman with PhD, very well educated in the Western system, who has a job. She has a corporate job. She's making good money. Go and marry her. And in that case, the chances that she's a virgin is almost zero. The chances that she's a virgin is almost zero, because someone like that, you're talking about someone between the age of 20 and 35 or 40. So go look for her and marry her. If you are a lawless man, go look for her and marry her. I don't want you as a lawless man to have anything to do with a pious wife. If I see a lawless man who wants to marry a righteous woman, I will scatter that relationship. I'm not kidding. I will do anything possible to sabotage it. I will do, if I see a righteous man, if I see a lawless man, a man who doesn't want to keep God's law, if you don't want to keep God's law, and I see or I know that you are in a process to marry a woman, and I see that that woman is a righteous woman, I will do anything possible to sabotage that relationship. I'm not going to let it happen. However, I can sabotage it, I will do it. If I have to follow you around to find a picture of you doing something wrong and show it to her, anything I can do to poison her heart, I will do it, because you are a lawless man and you have no business marrying a righteous woman. I am not kidding. This is not a joke. You refuse to submit to the law of God. You refuse to keep God's law. You refuse to serve God. So why should a woman submit to you and serve you? Are you crazy? No, 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 no. You go find those educated women over there. Go find them. When you find them, get on your knees and give them a ring. And while you are on your knees, tell them that you love them and you will devote the rest of your life to them. Tell them that. Okay? And understand Treat her like she's your partner. Treat her like she is your partner. Okay? It's 50-50. She's equal to you. Let her dress however she wants. Let her do whatever she wants. Let her keep her career in that company. Let her travel once in a while and go to her company conferences and stay in a hotel while you are at home taking care of the babies. Bunch of fools. A righteous man will do the opposite of all this stuff. A lawless man will say that, oh, I don't follow the Bible. I don't believe in the Bible. I don't believe in that. You know, those laws are archaic. Those laws are done away with. No problem. You know, like I always tell you guys, there's only two systems. You're either following the worldly system or you're following the biblical system. There's no other way. You either follow the Most High and do it His way, or you do it the worldly way. But as you're doing it the worldly way, just keep in mind that divorce is waiting for you. Keep in mind that if you're doing it the worldly way, as she's dressing sexy, when she goes out, men are checking her out. Men are talking to her. And she will continue to tell men no. As she wears something like this, when she wears something like this, men will be talking to her. Men will be talking to her all the time. And most of the time she will say no. As she dresses like this, whenever a woman wears something like this, I told you, listen, I used to be there. I used to be on the other side of the world. When I see a woman with something like this, I will go after her, get her information, lie to her. Next thing, I'm on top of her. When I'm done, I leave. I would tell her exactly whatever she wants to hear. Because what I want to see the skin. I want to see this thing be taken off. I want to see her take this thing off. And I want to add her into all the women that I conquered, all the women that I laid with. All I want is her body because of what she's wearing. This is why you never let your daughter dress like this, because she'll be attracting whoremongers. I used to be a whoremonger. If you let your daughter dress like this, she'll be attracting a whoremonger or whoremongers. My intention when I see a woman that dress like this is just to have sex with her. Find a way to get her phone number, talk to her, take her out to the movie or dinner or whatever. Whatever I can do, my intention is just to lay with her. That's my intention. There are men that have even far worse intention. There are men who just want to add her into their list of the women that they've slept with. There are Gentiles who are on a mission to sleep with all kinds of women. They want to sleep with an Indian woman, Chinese woman. They want to. There are wicked people out there who want to sleep with different types of men, so they can brag and say, "I have slept with all kinds of women." So when they see your daughter or your wife like this, they're talking to her. And if you let your wife or your daughter dress like this, 99% of the time, she's going to say no to these men. But what happens when she finally sees that man that she likes? Eventually, she's going to see someone that she will not be able to resist giving her phone number. And that's all that man needs. All we need is your phone number, because your phone number is your ear. Your phone number is your ear. All we need is your phone number. to now begin to tell you exactly what you want to hear into your ear. So another thing when it comes to displaying some of the stuff that I do, or I'm going to be or so my advice for the men: don't let your daughter be on social media. Do not allow your daughter on social media. Why do I say don't allow your daughter on social media? Because I'm also, if you're a young man, I'm telling you, do not marry a girl on social media. Don't marry her. Don't do it. Because social media is a whorehouse. Social media is really bad. It's a double-edged sword. And social media is social media, like I'm talking about Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. It's nothing but a dating website. That's what it is. It's nothing but a dating website. So never allow your wife to be on Facebook or Instagram. What is she doing over there? Can you tell me why your wife will have a Facebook where she takes picture of herself and post? What's the point? What's the point? What is she advertising? Only a woman, unless if you are an ugly woman and you don't show your body. If you're a woman that shows your body, that dresses like this, you know what I'm talking about when it comes to the kind of messages that you get. You will not believe, you will not believe the amount of message that women get on Facebook and Instagram from men from all over the world, men from all over the world. They get a lot of messages. And like as I said before, it's just a matter of time before she will see the one that she likes. So don't let a righteous man is not supposed to let his wife be on Facebook or Instagram, social media. It's not good, not a good thing. You're just creating situations for that a situation that will create temptation. You're fostering a ground that will create that will cause her to be tempted. I am a man. I don't have a social media where I post my pictures. I don't. I'm a man. I don't have a social media where I post my pictures. I have a Facebook called Laws to God, where I post videos, biblical videos. I post new moon report. I tell people when the Sabbath day is going to be. You're not going to see my picture on that Facebook. You're not going to see my name on that Facebook. So I'm a man and I keep myself away from that social media. You will not believe the amount of attention that women get on that social media. I remember when I was years ago, when I was promoting something on Facebook, I created a profile and put a woman's name and put a woman's picture on that profile. And I was getting messages. I wanted to promote something online. I wanted to promote something, but I didn't want to put my information or put my I wanted to make it look like a woman. I was getting contacted by men who thought it was a real profile of a woman. So bottom line, don't let your wife be on Facebook. These are all the stuff you have to train her in the beginning when you're teaching her, when you're training her before you marry her. And if she has any problem with that, then that's a problem. That's it. These are things that will disqualify you from marrying her or disqualify her from being your wife. She's not going to be on Facebook unless if she wants to be a whore. If she insists on being on, if she insists on being on social media, then she has a whorish tendency. Why would she want to be on there? If you're selling something or you're making something and you want to sell it on social media, then you can create a social media for that particular purpose. If you're selling clothes, righteous clothes, or you're selling something righteous, then create a social media, create a Facebook, and put the name of the company, and never you put your picture. If your wife start putting her picture online, she's a prostitute. You just don't know it yet. She's gonna play a whore. I'm telling you. She's laying the ground to play a whore. Sometimes we do something without even realizing what we're doing. When Eve was doing what she was doing, did she know what she was doing? She didn't know. So a righteous man will never allow a woman to put herself in a situation where she will commit sin. You're there to lead her, not just to lead her, to lead her into the kingdom. Your job is to lead her into the kingdom, protect her from making bad choices and doing things that will bring problem between her and her God. Because she's under you and she's answering your name. So you better start teaching your sons how to keep the law and keeping the law, or else they will get a godless wife. They're not going to get a pious wife. As long as we keep on breaking the law, there will always be rebellious women. As long as the men refuse to serve the Most High, the men refuse to submit to the Most High, you will always have women who will not submit to men, who will not serve men. And these women are reserved for those men. If all the men becomes righteous, all the women will become righteous too. Let me say that again. If all the men in this world becomes righteous and starts serving the Most High and starts following the Most High and starts submitting to the Most High, all the women will also become submissive to the Most High. Why do you think that you see all these Western women, when they go to the Arab countries, they wear their veil? Do you think that somebody is forcing them to do it? Condoleezza Rice, Hillary Clinton. These women, when they go to the Arab country, they wear their veil. That's a fact. Have you not seen those pictures? Have you not seen those pictures? There was when the Taliban took over Afghanistan recently. When the Taliban took over Afghanistan, there was a famous video from CNN where oh my goodness, it's an interesting video from CNN. That video shows a CNN reporter, a woman, a so-called white woman. She was reporting, holding her microphone and talking. And the Taliban men was behind her. One of them told her to go and stand on the corner. This woman stopped talking and quietly went and stood on the corner. She quickly stopped and went and stood on the corner. She was wearing her veil. As soon as the Taliban took over, this woman that like they will never put on her veil, they started wearing their veil. When you see them fly from America and Europe and go to the Middle East, they put on their veil. It's not that they are being forced. They're not being forced to do this. The same thing when they go to the Pope. They wear their veil, some of them. It's that the men, these Arab men, demand. They make a demand, not by force. Their demand is this: if you're going to be around me, you must go by my rule. And my rule is that women who are around me are going to wear their veil. I am not forcing you to wear a veil, but if you're going to be around me, you have to wear your veil. So these Westerners already understood this. These Westerners already understood this. When you are a man and you are not apologetic, when you are unapologetically a righteous man, when you stand your ground, when you will not be pushed around and moved around, women respect that and they love that. They respect it because they can trust you. When you are a man that cannot be moved around, when you are a man that cannot be shaked and pushed around, when you are a man, when you say something, you stand on it. When you are firm like that, people will appreciate it because they can trust you. They may not like that thing, but they know that they can trust. When you say you're going to stand on it, you stand on it. They can rely on you. You're reliable. You're not someone that you say something today, tomorrow you change your mind. You say something today, tomorrow somebody will come and talk to you, and then you change your mind. You get manipulated. Nobody can, people, especially a woman, cannot rely on that. She cannot trust you. Because anybody can change you. Anybody can come and manipulate you. You can say all this stuff. A woman will come tomorrow and take off her clothes, and then you go back and change everything that you said. So nobody is forcing these women, these Western women going to the Middle East to wear their veil. Nobody is forcing them. Nobody is forcing them to wear their veil. But it's because of the standard that these Arab men, these are real men. These are real men, not weak men that you see in Western countries. Men that are feminine, bunch of weak men everywhere. I want to train men to be strong. Be a strong, righteous man. That's what the academy is all about. And it's for the so men are going to contact me. You're going to contact me and you want to be in the academy. Eventually I will throw you out. So men will join in, but eventually I will remove them. If I detect weakness in you and I detect that you're not going to be trained, you're going to be trained. That's what the academy is all about. To teach you these things. Some people are not going to be qualified. Some people will come in, but eventually I'm going to remove them. Because if you don't want to submit to the Most High, then you're crazy to think that I'm going to teach you something that will make women to submit to you. If you don't want to serve the Most High, if you don't want to serve the Most High, if you don't want to walk in His law, if you don't want to serve the Most High and submit to Him, I will never give you something that will benefit you. I will never give you something that will benefit you. So the things I say and the things I teach is not for you. Go out there, be like everyone else, and do whatever everyone else is doing. Go be like everyone else. So this academy is not for everybody because there's a lot of things that are very beneficial that will come out of this. And I am not about to take something that belongs to the children of the Most High and give it to pigs, give it to animals. No. Again, there are plenty of things, plenty and plenty and plenty of things. When you're dealing with a woman, you're supposed to train her. You're supposed to train her she's supposed to seek out your desire. Her job is to find out what you want and do it. That's her job, to find out what you want and do it. Isn't that the same thing we do with the Most High? Find out what the Most High wants us to do and we do it. Did the Bible not tell you that God is above Christ? Christ is above man. Woman is above woman. The man, the woman follow the man follow Christ, Christ follow God. It is the job of the woman to figure out what you want and do it. It is her job to figure out your desire. You let her know your desires and she will do it. You are her master. These are things that young men need to understand. It is not you figuring out her desire and doing her desire. That's backwards. And what you don't realize is that eventually she's going to hate you. She will despise you because you're weak. She has two personalities. She has two personalities. She has a woman personality. As a woman, she wants to be led. She wants to be led by a strong man. But her Western ideology, her Western mindset is telling her, you know, the opposite. So she always want to argue with you. She doesn't want to do your desire. She doesn't want to do what you want on one hand. On the other hand, she wants to obey. On the other hand, she doesn't want to obey. So she's a little bit confused because she's confused by what she's been taught in the Western culture. I know a woman like that. I knew someone like that. She's dead now. I used to know someone who is like that. She's a dead woman now. I told her what the Bible says in Genesis 3:16. She told me, "What? Hell no. I'm never going to let a man rule over me. I will never let a man rule over me." And she's a Christian. She was a Christian. I showed her Genesis 3:16 and she told me no, that it will never happen. Why did she say that? Because she went to school, she was educated in the Western system. So because of the way she's been conditioned in the Western system. So as soon as I told her what the Bible says, she immediately responded based on her Western ideology instinct. She's like, no, hell no. I will never let a man rule over me. Hell no. But then as time went on, I remember one day, I remember there was a day, I wanted to test something. I wanted to test something. Uh, and I needed to do a video call. There was a program or an application that I was testing, and I needed to do a video call with that application. So I told her to download the application, that I need to do a video call to test it, to see, to check something. So she downloaded the application. After she downloaded the application, of course, she's going to have to do a video call because that's what I wanted. I remember when she turned on the camera, she was wearing a veil. Before she could do that video call, she went and took a veil and covered herself, like a real covering. She covered herself. I never asked her to do it, but she knew that was exactly that's what I expect. She knew it. So one side of her, that Western ideology and Western teaching and Western feminism and all that rubbish, that's why you shouldn't be sending your kids to school, because that's where they learn all this rubbish. So one side of her is making her to rebel, but subconsciously, it's like she's in a battle. She's in a battle. She wants to be led. She wants to follow her husband. She wants to be led by a righteous man. As a woman, she wants those things. But also she's in a battle. She's struggling. She's fighting with herself because of all the stuff she's been taught through the media, through music videos and TV shows and all this rubbish that they watch, and college. But I never said, before you turn on your camera, put on your veil. I never said that. But she did it. So these are things that men need to understand. It's very, very necessary for righteous people who are righteous, to avoid just having unnecessary suffering, to avoid just suffering unnecessarily, going through stress unnecessarily. Uh, you don't have to marry a woman that knows all the laws. No. As a matter of fact, when you marry a woman, she doesn't even supposed to know anything, actually, because you're supposed to teach her. That's why the Bible says if she has a question, let her ask her husband at home, because her husband is supposed to be doing the teaching. The husband is supposed to be doing the teaching his wife. That's the way it's supposed to be. So when you marry her, she's not supposed to know anything. You're supposed to teach her everything that she will know. But what happens if she has gone to college and got all these degrees? Well, she's been taught. She's been taught through the media, TV shows, movies. You can't teach her nothing. She's been taught with Christianity. So a righteous man is not looking for a woman that knows all the law. I know of a woman that knows that she's you can't tell her nothing. She's extremely, she thinks she understood the Bible. she she says she's a virgin. That's what she's implying. But I think she watches a lot of YouTube, and she believes all kinds of crazy stuff that she watches on YouTube. She believes all kinds of weird things. So you can't marry someone like that, because when you try to teach her the Bible, she doesn't want to hear it. She doesn't want to hear it. She does not want to hear it. Oh my goodness. So someone like that, her virginity doesn't mean it's really meaningless for you. The fact that she's a virgin physically it's meaningless. It doesn't mean anything, because what good does it do you to marry a woman who is a virgin, but she's keeping Sabbath on Saturdays, and she refused to keep Sabbath using the moon. She refused to do it. She refused to wear her fringes. And when you tell her that we have to wear she'll begin to give you Bible verses. She'll begin to quote Bible verses to tell you that we're not supposed to wear our fringes. We're not supposed to do these things. So that person you can't teach her anything. And you're supposed to be able to teach your wife. As I was saying with Jacob's wives, in a normal circumstances, your wife is supposed to trust you more than anybody. Even when you're wrong, she will still stand by you. She will still stand over there. Uh, that's not possible if she's laden with all kinds of sperm inside her. When she's on college, she took on a sperm of an Indian man, a Chinese man, a Mexican man, a white man, a Ethiopian man. They've all laid with her. She will never be loyal to you. She's always arguing because she's confused. All those DNAs are battling, because only your DNA is supposed to go into her and begin to alter her own DNA, and she'll slowly beginning to become like you. But if you have DNA from all these different men inside of her, then your own DNA cannot penetrate her DNA. So she will never be able to really agree with you on things. You guys can never become one. Her own DNA has been defiled and altered. Deuteronomy 24, 1 to 4. Deuteronomy 24, 1 to 4. Deuteronomy 24, 1 to 4. Listen, my brothers and sisters, I will leave you with Jeremiah chapter 6, 16 to 22. Jeremiah chapter 6, 16 to 22. I think I'm actually going to show it before I stop. I'm going to show it. Jeremiah. Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 16 to 22. This is what the Most High says. Thou says, yeah, stand in the way, stand in the ways, and see, and ask for the old path, where the good way is. Stand in the way and ask for the old path, where the good way is, and walk in it. Then you will find rest for your souls. But they say, we will not walk in it. Also, I set watchmen over you. Even the men needs a guide. Even the men needs a leader. The Most High sends men to go and lead other men. That's a fact. That is a fact. Acts chapter 8, the Most High sent a man to go and teach the Ethiopian eunuch. Then Acts chapter 10, the Most High sent Peter to go and teach Cornelius. The Most High raised judges over his people. He raised the Levite over his people, men and women. The most High sent men to go and teach other men. So it's not just when I say that a woman, when I talk about a woman and how a woman needs a man, and this has nothing to do with sex, don't go and start playing a whore and start having sex with somebody just because you think that you need to have a covering. No, it has nothing to do with sex. You don't have to commit uh, sin and say that I told you to go and have a covering. No, join a congregation and that's fine. As long as you're part of a congregation, the men in that congregation will be your covering. They will be your, you are under them. Also, I set watchmen over you, saying, listen to the sound of the trumpet. But they said, we will not listen. That is our attitude today. So what I'm sharing with you here is for us to go back to the old ways, because that is where you're going to find rest for your soul. That is where you're going to find rest for your soul. That is where the good way is. That is where we're going to find rest for our soul. But we don't want to go back. We don't want to go back to the old way. We want to keep following the Europeans and then keep suffering the consequences. We keep suffering because of we refuse to go back to the old way. We have ourselves to blame for not wanting to walk in the way of the Most High. Let me read this in a different translation too. Judah rejects the Lord's way. This is what Yahweh says. Stop at the crossroads and look around. Ask for the old godly way and walk in it. Stop kneeling down when you're proposing to a woman. Stop submitting to a woman. Go back to the old way. But they said what? Stop being a weak man. Stop being a weak man. That's the point. This is a sign of weakness. She's supposed to submit to you, not you submit to her. And the Bible says if she doesn't go as you direct, throw her out or separate from her. The book of Sirach. If she does not go as you direct, separate from her. So the Most High is calling on us to go back to the old way, where the good way is. Go back to the ancient way. This has been his calling all the way from the beginning. All the way from the beginning. All the way. This is Sirach 25:24. Sirach 20. I think I'm going to leave you with this one. Or actually, I'm going to leave you with Jeremiah chapter 6:16. But Sirach 25:24 says, from a woman sin had its beginning, and because of her we all die. Allow no outlet to water, and no boldness of speech to an evil wife. If she does not go as you direct, separate her from yourself. Because you're not supposed to be weak. And that's what young men need to understand. We have too many weak men today. Too many weak men. That is part of why we're doing that. That's part of the reason for the academy, to teach you how not to be weak, because the Most High hate weak men. Adam was weak. The Most High did not appreciate the fact that Adam was weak. Adam was weak, and the Most High did not appreciate it. When you are weak, you have a disaster on your hand. When you are weak, you cannot control your wife. She can go and watch a video on YouTube and learn some wicked doctrine, and she will bring it into your house. Because you're weak, you cannot do anything. You cannot stop her from that wicked doctrine. If you are my wife and you start going against the law, I will make your life a living hell. I may not be able to put you away because I took your virginity, but you're not about to bring paganism into my house. It's not going to happen. Okay? If you intend to put me in trouble with the Most High, I will make sure that you will always see trouble every day. If you try to cause me to fall and put me in trouble with the Most High, I am not going to go down without a fight. No. I am not about to be like Adam. Oh, no, 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 no. You see, Adam had no example. I have an example. Adam is my example. Adam had no example. Adam was weak. The Most High will punish me more than he punished Adam because he had no example. He had no one to learn from. I have seen his mistakes, and I'm not about to make it. I am not about to make that mistake. Okay? So you are not about to follow that false doctrine. If you want to follow it, get your stuff and get out. Go out there and go follow it, not around me. You can't follow false doctrine around me. And the problem is when you don't have a control of a woman, then she can bring all kinds of evil inside your house. Before you know it, she will start cooking pork in your house because she believes that we're in captivity and we don't have to keep that law about food right now. The law is about food is kind of done away with. But if you have control over her, then you can check her. And a woman who is truly righteous, a woman who is really righteous, she, again, like as I said before, she's going to read you and find out what she wants, and she will do it. She understands that that is her calling, her job is to please you, to serve you. She will figure out what you want and she will do it. There are some things that she's going to believe. She doesn't understand it, but she believes it. Even though she doesn't understand it, she believes it because that is what she believes. There are some things that she's going to practice. She will practice it because you're practicing it. She doesn't understand it, but she will do it just because you're doing it. That's why I gave you example with those women these Western men or women, the Western women that go to the Middle East, Western women that go to the Middle East and they put on their veil. They wear their veil. It happens. They go to the Middle East and they wear their veil because that's what the Arab men want. So don't believe uh, the lie that Satan wants you to believe. Um, you know, like you have no power. You do have power. You just have to exercise your power. You have to make your demand very well known, and people appreciate that. Make your stand very well known, and do not be apologetic. When you believe something, you stand on it, no matter what. That is why when I speak about biblical marriage, people may say, "Oh, this is pedophile." I don't care. I'm gonna bring it out the way it is. If you want to call me pedophile and you think you can shut me down, I don't believe in luck, but good luck. I don't believe in luck, but I wish you good luck. Thinking you can shut me down by saying that, oh, I'm a pedophile, because I say that a girl should get married when she sees a monthly period. I'm quoting 1 Corinthians 7:36. I'm quoting 1 Corinthians 7:36. It's not my problem that you don't believe in 1 Corinthians 7:36. Or you think you can shut me down by saying that, oh, I hate white people. Yeah, I do. Or you can shut me down by saying, oh, I hate women. Yeah, I hate rebellious women. I love women who are submissive, that want to submit to a man and follow the laws of the Most High. I love them. But I hate women that are rebellious, who don't want to obey the Most High. So these are things that men need to understand. It is my job, as long as I live, because it will be it will be wicked um, for me to keep quiet. Wicked for me to keep quiet and not teach these things and just be quiet. To be, it will not be a good thing. I had mentioned foreign women, but that's not what I'm seeing here. I'm talking about foreign women like Hillary Clinton and these women that go to the Middle East and they wear their veil. What does that tell you? Okay. So you might sit over there and be weak and be apologetic. No, make your demand known. Show where you stand. You stand on the word of the Most High. This is the way it's going to be. If they don't like it, let them go. And that's just the way it is. If I am an Arab man too, I will have the demand. We're not going to force you to wear veil, but if you're going to come around us, you have to wear your veil, or you don't come. That's just the way it is. Okay. I'm about to close this right now, but You know who I am. I like to show you when I talk, I like to show you evidence. I like to give you scripture and give you evidence. That's the wife of Trump. She put on her veil when she went to see the Pope. That's just the way it is. Although the Pope is a degenerate heathen. Okay? Degenerate heathen. Hillary Clinton in Muslim veil. Look at them. Bunch of Westerners. They put on their veil. When she gets back into the plane, she takes it off because her husband is weak. Hillary Clinton is weak. Western men are weak. Western men are weak, and we have become Western men. Look, we're weak. Our people are weak. That is why you can kneel over there and tolerate her wearing this nonsense. You're not supposed to tolerate this. This is not acceptable. But we have become weak like our oppressors. So when she goes around the real men, when she goes around real men in the Middle East, she wears her veil. When she goes back to weak men, her men who are weak, she takes off her veil. This is not just a fashion. She did not wake up one morning and decided to put this on. No, she's wearing it too. She is wearing it too because she knows that she has to wear it. And there's more. There's more. Here's another one. Hillary Clinton in hijab. She knows she has to wear it because she's around strong men. Look over here. Look. Guess who you're looking at? This is a weak man. They call him Obama. He's a weak man. But look, they're in the Middle East. She puts on her veil. When she's around real men, she wears her veil. When she's around, when they leave real men, she takes off her veil. And you do know what a veil means. I'm not going to get into it. You know what a veil represents. You know what it represents. So a woman who refused to put on her veil, she's not submitting to you. The day your wife starts showing her hair to other men, it's almost like she's showing her vagina to other men. It's almost the same thing. So why is it that when they go to the Middle East, they wear this? Some of you might say, oh, it's just a cultural thing. It's just a cultural thing. There she is. Look at her. Look how submissive she looks. Look. Look. Is this how she stands in America? Look. Look how she covered herself. Will she ever wear a veil for him? Hell no. And she shouldn't. Why? Because she's a lawless man. She shouldn't. Because he's a lawless man. Sirach 26:23 is waiting for you and your son. This scripture will fulfill in your head. So she shouldn't. No, she should not. She should not wear a veil for him. She shouldn't cover her hair for him. Because he doesn't deserve it. That is why the Most High made women to stop shaving their. I'm not going to get into that, but a woman is supposed to shave her hair when her husband dies. Jeremiah chapter 6 or chapter 16. Jeremiah chapter 16 verse 6. Jeremiah 16:6. But because the Hebrew men became wicked, the Most High now made it that just took it away from them, that their wives no longer shaves their hair. in honor of their husband when he dies. When a man dies, his wife will shave her hair. Do you think that this woman will ever put on a veil for him? No. But as you can see here, as you can clearly see, she is doing it for other men. She will do it for the sake of other men. Do you think that women in the Middle East want her to dress like this? No, it's the men. It's the men that want her to dress like this. And she did it, but she will never do it for him because he's weak. If he becomes a real man and demands it, she will do it because that's just who women are. Subconscious, yeah, forget all the garbage they've taught you. I'm telling you who you really are. Subconsciously, you want to please your husband. Subconsciously, you want to please a man. Subconsciously, you want to please a man. Subconsciously. And notice they tend to be very quiet. Notice how quiet when they're around people like that, which is the way it's supposed to be. And you keep seeing her in different places. I'm talking about Clinton, Hillary Clinton. And this is just her. There are other people, not just her. There are other people too who does this same thing. As I've shown you, Michelle Obama. I've shown you Michelle Obama. I've shown you the wife of Donald Trump. That's just the way it is to give you evidence to what I'm talking about. There are other women that do this. Condoleezza Rice, whatever her name is, she does it too. I think Angela Merkel, if I put in her name right now, she used to be the leader of Germany. Angela Merkel, whatever her name is, we should find out. Okay. No, not Marvel. I'm not looking for Marvel. There she is. Obviously, we have a picture here, but I don't have a picture right here. That's her right here. So, all praises to the Most High. Jeremiah 17, Jeremiah chapter 6, 16 to 22. This is what Yahweh says. Stop at the crossroad and look around. Ask, ask, ask for the old godly way and walk in it. Travel its path, and you will find rest for your souls. But you reply, no, that's not the road we want. I posted watchmen over you who said, listen to the sound of the alarm. But you replied, no, we won't pay attention. Therefore, listen to this. All you nations, take note of my people's situation. Listen, all earth. I will bring disaster on my people. It is the fruit of their own scheme because they refuse to listen to me. They have rejected my word. So that's where we are. My brothers and sisters, let us go back to our Heavenly Father. Let us go back to His ways and walk in his ways and please him. When we walk in his way, when we please him, we are the ones that benefit. Okay? I keep giving you example with this man and the woman in the back, as if they are the parents of this man. I'm giving you an example. This man and this woman, I'm using them as an example of this man. That when we don't do these things God's way, okay, the family suffers. Okay, family suffers. Women will be women. Okay, they're going to be women. Okay, they are going to try to rebel. They are going to try to do all that stuff. They're going to do it. Okay, but it's your job to correct them and to lead them righteously and lead them safely into the kingdom, to lead them safely into the hands of the Most High on that judgment day. That's why you see, as you saw, I showed you Isaiah chapter 4. You know, so our job is to lead our families, lead our sisters, lead our mothers. I showed you John also, John chapter 19. You see what Christ did here? Christ made sure that he handed his mother over into the hands of a righteous man, so that that man can lead her, protect her, and lead her righteously. All right? As I always tell you, whatever you see the Europeans doing, whatever they are doing is wrong. It's usually the opposite of what we're supposed to do. It's usually the opposite of what we are supposed to do. So when they tell you about being independent, being on yourself and all this rubbish, no, it's not good. It's not a good thing. Let us go back to the laws of the Most High and walk in his ways. So for those who are interested in the school, if you're interested in the academy, the men's academy, if you're interested, feel free to contact me. You can contact me and I will see how I can add those who are interested. And these are things that I'm going to be sharing with you on a regular basis. Because I'm going to add you into a platform. I will add you into a platform, so in that way you'll be able to join in with your phone, and be able to understand not just this, but other things too, other things. Okay, I'm going to try to equip you with as much information as possible, not just about biblical, not just stuff like this, but also financial, any other way, anything that will benefit you. If I, anything that I will try and share stuff like that, So it's an academy, but it's something that will really enrich your life and make you to walk in the right way. And it's for law keepers, those who want to submit to the Most High and keep His commandment. I don't intend on helping people who don't want to obey the Most High. I don't like people who don't obey the Most High. I don't like people who are breaking God's law. Okay, I have no goodwill. I don't want to have any good will towards you. I don't want to wish you anything good. I don't want to give you anything that will benefit you if you don't want to keep God's law. If you don't want to keep God's law, then don't even contact me. Please, don't even contact me. So all praises to our Heavenly Father. I give the Most High all the glory and all the honor for His love and His kindness, His mercy. If you watch this and you are interested in joining, feel free to contact me, and then we shall see if you will even be qualified. Because again, I'm not going to deal with men who are not interested in keeping God's law. Because the things I have to offer is for the children of God, those that will obey Him. It's for them. I am not going to give something that is meant for children of God. I'm not going to give it to people who choose not to walk in the way of God. So all praises to our Heavenly Father.
Thank you for your interest in this video. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact us through WhatsApp. You can call us or send us a message. You can also email us at lawstogod@gmail.com. Check out our website at www.lawstogodskingdom.com. Download our mobile app from the Android store. Search for Laws to God app. You can also find us on Facebook. Just search for Laws to God. Don't forget, you can also use Skype to call us. Just download Skype on your phone and search for Laws to God. If you are in South Africa and you need a congregation to worship with, give us a call. For more information, that we don't have here on YouTube. Please download our app and check out our website, www.losttogodskingdom.com. Help us spread this truth by sharing this video on your social media.